Everyone, raise your spirits, the left commander shouted. We, the rookie mercenary group, are the strongest mercenary group in the heavenly martial realm. Everyone swallow all kinds of elixirs and medicines. Wait for my command. Form a wedge and break out. Hong Yu, you lead the way later. I'll stay by the young master's side and protect him and Master Yunxiao. Hong Yu was the right commander, while the left commander's name was Zhu Lei. The two of them were like brothers, and they had a tacit understanding. Hai Lin struggled. Commanders you and Commander you will open a path. I can take care of myself. It's just a tier 3 demonic beast. This is an order. Zhu Lei's face was calm, and he turned a blind eye to his words. Commanders Yunxiao said with a smile. You can go ahead and open the way. With 2 martial grandmaster powerhouses in front, they would be able to quickly clear a path. Brother Hai Lin has me, Ling and Yunxiang to protect him, so he'll be fine. Yes. Hai Lin was overjoyed. Miss Ling was also a martial grandmaster. Young Master Yun and Miss Yunxiang were both martial kings. With the 3 of them by my side, I'll be fine. Only then did Zhu Lei's expression relax, and he said in a deep voice, Then I'll have to trouble young Master Yun and the other 2. As long as we can go back alive this time, Rookie Mercenary Group will definitely be grateful. Although I don't know why the 3 of you want to go to the Lightsong Woodland. As long as our Rookie Mercenary Group is here, no matter what the 3 of you want to do, Vice Captain Hai Beifei will do his best to help. He was only a mid-tier existence in the mercenary group, so he had no right to agree to anything. For now, he could only promise Yunxiao and the others to do their best to protect Hai Lin, and everything could be discussed when they returned to the Soft Song Forest. How could Yunxiao not know what he meant? In order to dispel the others' doubts, he said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble your group. At this time, the luxurious palanquin that Hai Lin was sitting in had been abandoned on the ground, and a carriage pulled by 2 dragon horses had been replaced. Get ready, everyone, Yunxiao said as he stood on the front of the car. I'm going to burn it. He conjured an art with one hand. An array of light flashed between his brows. The blue lotus earth fire instantly rose and spread out in all directions. The flames were so strong that not only were they extremely hot, but they also emitted waves of elemental aura. Wherever they passed, there were screams of pain and the fragrance of roasted meat filled the air. The spirit rat roasted by the blue lotus earth fire was so fragrant that Yunxiao drooled as he smelled it, and his stomach began to growl. Hai Lin looked at him in surprise. At this time, he was probably the only one who was still in the mood to smell the meat. Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang also had a strange look on their faces. Although the smell was very fragrant, when they saw the ugly appearance of the spirit rat, they both felt their stomachs churn and covered their noses. Zhu Lei suddenly shouted, his aura soaring to the sky. Everyone, charge with me. The blade in his hand flickered as he roared with all his might, and a golden light slashed down. The saber's might was impressive, and the flesh and blood of countless spirit rats splattered as a bloody path was cut out. At this moment, the caravan had already formed a wedge shape. Under the leadership of the 2 commanders, they rushed along the passage. However, before they could run for 100 meters, they were blocked by the spiritual rats on both sides. Shadowless heaven-shocking sword. Break! Hong Yu shouted. The sword in his hand was unsealed instantly. The cold light condensed in the air and did not dissipate. It turned into countless sword shadows and flew out, causing blood to splatter. The guards around them also became alert and used all kinds of killing moves. Life and death would be decided in this moment. They're starting to attack. Situ Hung, who was standing far away, exclaimed. Mr. Goose sneered. That's courting death. The tide of rats will keep moving with them. If we stay where we are and waste time, we might have a chance to survive. But now Situ Heng's face was also filled with joy as he said, Even though they're only tier 3, there are tens of thousands of them. I also want to see how they look like when they're buried in the rat's stomach. Haha! Mr. Goo's face was full of a cold smile, but suddenly his pupils shrank and he frowned. What's going on? What's wrong? Situ Hong looked at his expression, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Mr. Gu's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in surprise, "How did those spiritual rats die so quickly?" Situ Heng's heart skipped a beat. He looked over and saw that the caravan had already charged forward for hundreds of meters. Wherever they passed by, groups of spiritual rats would die. Almost every martial artist would die in one move. Could it be that these spirit rats' time is up and they're starting to give out? He asked in shock. Mr. Gu gritted his teeth and said, "No, there must be something wrong. Look at those martial grandmasters, they can kill more than a dozen level 3 spirit rats with one move. Moreover, the spirit rat's attack had been greatly weakened. There must be an expert in the caravan. What should we do then?" Situ Hong asked in shock. "They're about to rush out of the rat tide." Mr. Gu's face was gloomy. He stared at it for a while and said, "The first one is about to fail." However, the direction they were rushing in was the way back to the forest. There was still a good show waiting for them, so what was there to panic about? "I'd like to see who's up to no good." Zhu Lei looked at the end of the rat tide in front of him and shouted in joy, "Everyone, hold on. We're about to rush out." His spirit was greatly roused, and with every slash of his saber, a large number of spirit rats were chopped into pieces. Suspicion rose in his heart, feeling that these spirit rats all seemed to be a little dispirited. Everyone was overjoyed, and they were all in high spirits. Not only Zhu Lei, but everyone also felt that it had become very easy to deal with it. Those spirit rats seemed to have taken medicine. Even their cries were very listless. Hailin's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to sense some kind of fluctuation coming from Yunxiao's body, and his bloodline power seemed to be somewhat suppressed at this moment. However, the fluctuations were faint and he was not sure. There was a smile in Yunxiao's eyes. He gradually expanded his fire territory, and under the power of this territory, all the spirit rats were completely restrained. If he wasn't afraid of attracting attention, he could directly use his territory power and instantly kill these tens of thousands of grade 3 spirit rats. This way, the caravan successfully charged out of the rat tide without any deaths. "That's great." Zhu Lei's face was filled with joy as he said, "Everyone, don't rest. Quickly return to the city. We'll be safe as long as we get back to the forest." Everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster and began to run wildly on the demon land. As he watched the black tide of rats gradually move further away, his mood gradually improved. After running for a while, Yun Xiao suddenly said, "Everyone should take a rest. If this continues, no one will be able to hold on. Let's hurry back to the city while we still have one breath left. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until tomorrow before the sky turns dark." Zhu Lei said. "What if we run into an enemy?" Yun Xiao frowned. "What if we run like this without regard for our physical strength? It's obvious that someone is scheming against us." "Not bad." Hong Yu's face darkened and he shouted, "Everyone, stop and rest." Zhu Lei also seemed to think that it made sense and did not say anything. Instead, he walked to Hailin's side and asked with concern, "Young master, how do you feel?" Hailin's face was a little pale, and his hair was covered in sweat. He chuckled and said, "It's fine. I was sitting in the carriage and didn't move. What could have happened?" Zhu Lei nodded his head. He looked at the sky and said, "It seems like we won't be able to return to the city before dark. As long as everyone's safe, it doesn't matter if we're late," Hailin said with a smile. "What?" Yunxiang asked in surprise. "Don't you wonder who did this to you?" Zhu Lei smiled and said, "The various conflicts in the Lightsong Forest are far more complicated than they seem on the surface. All kinds of killings can happen at any time, and it's not the first time we've encountered them. It's just that this time it was extremely dangerous, and fortunately, the whole team escaped safely." Hong Yu also sighed. "There are many such vendetta killings where you don't even know who the other party is or why you attacked." His main goal now was to protect his young master and return to the Gentle Song woodland safely, not to find out who his enemy was. This matter would be done when they returned. However, the enemy this time is extremely strong. They won't be simple. Yunxiang was stunned. Turned out that they had already gotten used to it. It was really unimaginable that he didn't go crazy after living in the shadow of killing all day long. Zhu Lei's face revealed a look of reverence as he said with some excitement, "That's why we hope that leader can lead the forest to a whole new future. It seems that you trust and are loyal to young Emperor Hao Lian," Ding Linger said as she played with her hair. Even Hailin's expression turned serious. "Lord Hao Lian will become the true king of mercenaries and start a new era in the Light Song Forest." However, His Excellency was in a daze. He looked at Ding Linger and Luo Yunxiang, and his expression became a little strange. Even Zhu Lei frowned slightly. "But what?" Ding Linger and Luo Yunxiang asked almost at the same time. "But he's a complete pervert. He wants to get into bed with every beautiful woman he sees," Yun Xiao said indifferently. "What?" The two women's expressions changed at the same time, revealing contempt, shame, and anger. This Bayan, my lord does have some bad habits," Hailin said awkwardly. "But don't worry, you saved our caravan and are the benefactors of the rookie mercenary group. Sir won't do anything to you too." Feeling a little dizzy, Yunxiang said, "What if I didn't save you?" "Hee, that'll be troublesome," Zhu Lei laughed. "What king of mercenaries?" Ding Linger was angry and scolded. "It's clearly the king of mercenaries. Why didn't Gu Feiyang kill this piece of trash with one palm strike?" She gave Yun Xiao a fierce glare. "I don't know," Yun Xiao said awkwardly. "I'll see you next time." Hailin laughed. "I heard that the leader's master, Lord Gu Feiyang, is also a dissolute figure. The peerless beauties I've seen can circle the heavenly martial realm 2 times if they hold hands." Yun Xiao. Hee. Ding Linger burst into laughter. Looking at Yun Xiao's embarrassed face, she snorted and said, "Isn't that right, young Master Yun? Have you heard of it?" Yun Xiao put on a straight face and said with a righteous tone, "Lord Gu Feiyang is known for his talent and beauty, the embodiment of hero and chivalry. He took it upon himself to change the social atmosphere and improve the inner qualities of young people, causing him to remain single for his entire life." Zhu Lei's eyes lit up and he said, "So Master Yun Xiao is also an admirer of Lord Gu Feiyang. After I studied Lord Gu Feiyang's life, I came to a shocking conclusion." "What conclusion?" Yun Xiao frowned. "What conclusion?" The people around them also craned their necks. This kind of gossip was the most appetizing, let alone such an influential figure. Hailin was also interested. Zhu Lei whispered mysteriously, "You must not tell our regiment commander. According to my research, the reason why Gu Feiyang has remained unmarried all his life is that he has some unspeakable secrets of a man." "What unspeakable secret?" The crowd gathered around him, stretching their necks like ducks. "Hee, it's hard to say. Everyone knows." Zhu Lei laughed like a monkey and said, "It's just those few things, impotent and impotent, impotent but not firm, hard but not long, impotent for a long time, impotent but not refined, impotent but not thick, thick but not alive, Pishio." Yun Xiao's face turned purple, and his eyes were spurting fire, as if he was about to rush up and kill someone. Zhu Lei was shocked by his appearance and said, "Don't doubt me. I have my reasons. Everyone, come over here." He made a hand gesture and said, "I'm here. I have many other research results. Come, let me share them with everyone. This Gu Feiyang is very likely to be the subject of ridicule." The group of people immediately became interested and went over. Even Hailin climbed down from the carriage and squeezed his head in. Ding Linger looked at Yun Xiao and said with a strange smile, "Young Master Yun, is that really the case? Then you'll have to take precautions. Our Tianyuan Trading Company has the formula for the Hercules pill passed down from ancient times. After refining it and taking it, not only will you be completely cured, but you'll also be as strong as an ox." A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Yun Xiao's mouth as he stared at Ding Linger's soft breasts with a lustful look and said, "It seems that Miss Linger is very knowledgeable. Next time, bring me a few more pills to try out the effect." When Ding Linger saw Yun Xiao's eyes looking her up and down and his evil smile, she blushed with shame. After all, she was a girl, and there was no way she could win against an old hand like Yun Xiao. The group of people talked and laughed in the demon land, causing laughter from time to time. He didn't feel like he had just escaped from a life-and-death battle. The few people who were observing closely from a distance all had dark expressions and hazy eyes. Mr. Gu, they've stopped. What should we do? Situ Hung asked after observing for a while. Mr. Gu looked at him in disgust and scolded. You're an expert, so why are you asking me what to do all day? My formation is right in front of them. Even if they recover their strength, they can forget about charging over. I'd like to see how the expert in the caravan will take my next move. His eyes flickered with excitement. Situ Hung, on the other hand, had been reprimanded. He was so angry that his face had turned ashen. However, the person in front of him was someone who the higher-ups had paid a great price to hire, so he could not afford to offend him. He could only swallow his anger and comfort all the women in the other party's family tree in his heart. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, there are only a few people in the world who can break the 7-turn spirit-connecting array that I, Gu Yueshing, have laid down. A proud look flashed across Gu Yueshing's face as he stared coldly in front of him. After the caravan rested for a while, they began to move forward slowly. They could not return to the city before dark, so they were not in a hurry. There's a forest ahead, which is the most likely place for the enemy to ambush. Why don't we just rest here and charge over tomorrow morning? The caravan walked on a wide flat land. Zhu Lei looked into the distance and said, We'll rest on the spot after 3 li. Yun Xiao looked ahead and suddenly said, I think it's safer to enter the forest. In the wilderness, the enemy is in the light while we are in the dark. Once we enter the forest, we'll have cover and everyone will be in the dark. It'll be fair. Zhu Lei was stunned for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He smiled and said, Hee, although Master Yun Xiao's art is amazing, his martial arts are not ordinary either. However, he was probably an outsider to burning, killing, and plundering. This kind of thing can be done in any way possible. The more hidden it is, the easier it is to strike. Yun Xiao's expression was indifferent, and he did not speak again. With his current strength, no one could do anything to him unless they were great experts among the martial emperors. Even if he were to encounter an existence of this level, he would have enough power to protect himself. Therefore, he didn't mind. Soon, a continuous forest appeared in front of them. Zhu Lei made a stop gesture and said, Set up camp on the spot. The caravan moved quickly. A few tents were set up on the spot, and bonfires were set up around them. Gray smoke rose in spirals. They really did set up camp in front of the forest. Situ Hung, your prediction was indeed effective. Gu Yueshing, who was standing in the distance, had a strange look in his eyes. Situ Hung chuckled and said proudly, Zhu Lei and Hongyu, those 2 small fish, although they have strong limbs, their brains are limited. I can see through their intentions with a casual thought. Gu Yueshing did not speak anymore. Instead, he looked into the sky without moving his eyes. Suddenly, Situ Hung felt that it was boring. There were a few times when he wanted to ask, but he was afraid that he would be reprimanded and lose face. He stood there with a bored expression and crossed his arms over his chest. After a while, he decided to close his eyes and rest. They're here, Gu Yueshing suddenly said. There was a strange look in his eyes. Situ Hung suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of his gaze. He saw starlight appearing in the sky. At first, there was only 1 star. Then, the number of stars gradually increased. Among the stars in the sky, 1 star suddenly seemed to be falling. After swaying left and right, it finally lost its original position and fell from the sky. In the caravan that was camping in the wilderness, Ding Ling suddenly looked up at the sky and said in surprise, Look, there's a meteor. The caravan was full of martial cultivators. Many of them had already closed their eyes and started cultivating. No one had the time to care about the fun of this little girl. Moreover, in the wilderness there were meteors every day, so he had long felt nauseated. It's so beautiful. Only Yunxiang, who was also a girl, could see stars in her eyes. She kept pushing Yun Xiao, who was next to her, and said, Young Master Yun, look, what a beautiful starry night. Yun Xiao smiled wryly. He also wanted to cultivate in peace, but he had no choice but to raise his eyes and take a look. The moment he saw the shooting star, his calm and indifferent eyes suddenly shrank. He jumped up with a tongue sound and stared at the starry sky with a face of shock. His actions immediately shocked the people around him. Hai Lin said in surprise, "Master Yunxiao, what's the matter?" Yunxiao stared at the shooting star that streaked across the sky with a very solemn expression as he said, "That's not a meteor. It's starlight formed by the convergence of star power. It seems to be falling towards us." "What?" Everyone jumped up and looked at the sky in disbelief. Zhu Lei also stared for a while and said, "That's impossible, right? Who can actually extract the power of the stars? Even a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven can't do it, right?" Yunxiao frowned and said, "It's as easy as turning one's hand for a martial emperor of the nine heavens to extract the power of the stars. But this is not a simple extraction. Someone must have used a secret technique, and it can't be a simple attack. Otherwise, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's an expert on the other side. What's his purpose? Then what should we do?" Hai Lin was shocked. "Why don't we immediately advance into the forest?" Yunxiao shook his head and said, "It's too late. The starlight is falling too fast. Everything within 100 miles is within its attack range. We'd better think of a way to defend ourselves. Get into formation immediately." Zhu Lei shouted, "Open up a barrier and protect the young master." His thoughts were simple and loyal. If they encountered any problems, the first thing they had to do was to protect Hai Lin. All the martial artists formed a circle and injected their Zhenqi into their palms. Soon, a pale yellow barrier was propped up, surrounding everyone. All of them stared at the shooting star with a serious face. Yunxiao frowned slightly but did not say anything. He did not know the purpose of the other party extracting the star power, so he could only wait and see. The light of the meteor became stronger and stronger, and it really fell into the wilderness. Everyone's eyes widened, and cold sweat dripped down. The power of the stars was like the might of the heavens, making them feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Gu Yuesheng, who was standing in the distance, was staring at the starlight. She was also a little nervous. He made a gesture with his hands and waited quietly. When the starlight was still a few thousand meters away from the ground, he finally moved. Borrowing the power of the stars, shifting stars, spirit channeling, he shouted and his hands flashed with a spiritual art. His entire body instantly turned pale white as if he had lost all his blood. His body also trembled slightly. The starlight suddenly began to spread out 1,000 meters above the ground. Like fireworks, it filled the entire sky and lit up the earth as if it were day. After the light dispersed, it did not disappear. Instead, it gradually spread out like a lake that was upside down in the sky, reflecting the shadow of the earth. A brutal aura spread out from the starlight. Yunxiao looked at him in a daze and said in disbelief, "This is a swan and eye. Psychic technique?" Ding Ling was shocked. "Psychic secret technique? Isn't this a technique that has been lost for a long time?" "It's not lost," Yunxiao said. "It's just that very few people cultivate it. One had to be extremely talented in alchemy to cast such a secret skill, and it would cause great damage to the body. The other party must have used a secret technique to extract the star power because his strength was not enough. By using the star power to connect with the spirit, he could summon an extremely high-level demonic beast. Roar! A huge foot stepped out of the starlight, followed by a loud roar. The pressure of a demonic beast spread out in the wilderness, shaking everyone's heart. "Master Yunxiao, what's an extremely high level?" Zhu Lei's expression changed drastically. As Yunxiao watched the demon beast gradually emerge, he murmured, "I think he's at least a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm, right?" A martial emperor realm demonic beast. All the martial artists were shocked. Their hair stood on end and their faces turned pale. They were on the verge of despair. Ding Ling was also shocked and deeply worried. Although Yunxiao had personally suppressed 7 martial emperors in Yanwu, he had relied on the terrain and various trump cards. The demonic beast gradually revealed its true appearance. Its head was grayish-white like a civet cat, its eyes were red, and its entire body was as green as ink. Behind its huge body was a pair of tiny white wings, which made it look rather cute. 7th rank. It's a 7th rank demonic beast. In the distance, Situhang was shocked as he cried out in shock. The demonic chi that came from the sky made him feel a chill. Gu Yuexing was also trembling all over. His face was so pale that it was almost transparent. Haha, it's actually a rank 7 being. The power of the stars in the wilderness is too strong. This is the first time I've summoned such an existence. Young Master Yun? Yunshang looked at Yunxiao and said, "What should we do?" Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't panic, everyone. Although this demon beast is a 7th tier 1, it doesn't have any intelligence. It only knows how to kill. It's not scary." Hailin coughed violently and said with a bitter smile, "Master Yunxiao, you're really admirable. You're still able to remain fearless and calm under the pressure of a martial emperor demonic beast. Although this demonic beast's intelligence isn't high, its strength is obvious. Its eyes are bloodshot and its killing intent is extremely heavy. I'm afraid we won't be able to last more than a few rounds." Zhu Lei's face was ashen, and he said with the determination to die, "Don't worry, young master. I'll make sure you return alive no matter what. When the defense is broken, let Hong Yu carry the young master and escape first." A hint of shame flashed across his face as he said, "Master Yunxiao, I didn't take good care of you." Yunxiao smiled. "There's no need to be separated by life and death. I have a profound level weapon. Perhaps I can easily avoid this disaster." "What profound level weapon?" Hailin was overjoyed. When he heard that he had to escape alone, his head shook like a rattledrum. For some reason, he seemed to trust Yunxiao very much. Roar! The demonic beast's entire body emerged, its bloodthirsty eyes staring at the people on the ground, emitting a blood-red light. Finally, it roared and rushed down. The might of a martial emperor was already earth-shattering, and coupled with the violent chi on the demonic beast, who knew how many creatures it had killed. Under its charge, all the creatures in the surroundings trembled. Everyone in the caravan turned white, and they didn't even have the will to resist. With a flash of light in Yunxiao's hand, the heavenly spirit ring emerged, and a white light flashed one after another. He pointed his finger and the spirit ring immediately flew out, directly rushing out of the protective boundary. It suddenly expanded in the air and expanded infinitely, parallel to the starlight in the sky. It was like two water surfaces, facing each other. The demonic beast's scarlet eyes showed a trace of contempt. A huge energy burst out from its palms, and it roared as it rushed down, as if it wanted to smash the water below. "What kind of profound level weapon is that?" Situhang asked in surprise. "The tool rhythm it's emitting is at least a 7th tier existence." Gu Yuexing also frowned. He then laughed and said, "Humph. So what if it's a 7th tier profound armament? Can it stop this demonic beast at the martial emperor realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the demonic beast in the distance rush into the heavenly spirit ring and disappear completely. Along with it, the monstrous demonic chi and pressure also disappeared. After a few breaths, they still did not appear. Then, the heavenly spirit ring turned into the size of a fist and flew into the caravan. The entire sky was extremely clear, and the starry sky was brilliant. It was completely silent, as if nothing had happened. Gu Yuexing, Ing Luo, Zhenzhen, Mr. Gu, where are the demonic beasts? Situhang asked. Gu Yuexing replied, "No, I don't know. He should be out soon, Ing Luo." Situhang, haha. Everyone in the caravan was dumbfounded. They couldn't turn their heads around as they looked at the silent sky. Hailin was the first to recover and said, "Why, young Master Yun, where's the demonic beast?" "This profound level weapon of mine is called the Heavenly Spirit Ring," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Can directly open the void. That brainless demonic beast just rushed in and is now hiding in the void. Unless it has the power to break the void, it will stay in there for the rest of its life." Zhu Lei also regained his senses and was dumbfounded. He said, A 7th-rank Martial Emperor Realm demonic beast is gone just like that? If you're not satisfied, Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. I can open the void again and let you in to fight with it. Zhu Lei's face immediately paled as he waved his hands. Xianxia glanced at the star power in the sky, which was slowly disappearing. With a wave of his hand, a series of runes flew out of his hand. He kept changing his hand gestures, and a powerful array was formed in the sky. The star power in the sky seemed to be affected and pulled down. It's not easy to attract the power of the stars down here. The other party must be an alchemist who specializes in secret arts. No ordinary alchemist will study the art of extracting star power or the art of psychic power. He made a hand seal, and the power of the stars was quickly absorbed by the formation, rushing into the caravan and spreading out. These secret alchemists don't study the Tao of magic all day long, but only specialize in harmful things. Xianxia said casually, "Everyone, sit down and meditate. Absorb as much of the power of the stars as possible. It's good for everyone." The group of martial artists had long since sensed the power within the starlight. Upon hearing this, they immediately sat down and began to circulate their true qi, absorbing the starlight with all their might. Ding Ling also sat down with joy. She was a 6 stars martial grandmaster, the most powerful one in the caravan. When Xianxia saw the indifferent look on Yunshang's face, his heart stirred. "Teacher Yunshang, what's wrong?" Yunshang's heart sank when she heard him address her like that. "I'm too weak to be by young Master Yun's side, and I often have to drag you down in order to take care of me. I'll go back to your profound level weapon and cultivate." Xianxia felt pity for her when he saw her miserable look. He comforted her with a smile. "Your progress is already very fast, and the 9 Yang True Qi is the best in the world. It's rare to find an opponent in the same rank." Luo Yunshang's heart warmed as she nodded and said, "I'll work hard on my cultivation and never become a burden to young Master Yun." Only then did she calm down and begin to absorb the star power. Xianxia also sat down cross-legged and exercised the 1 qi of fate cultivation technique. The vast power of the stars surged into his body, and every inch of his skin seemed to be absorbing power in the blink of an eye. In a few breaths, a faint nebula formed around his body, as if he was in a sea of stars. He looked at Hai Lin in disbelief. In the distance, Situ Hung finally could not help but ask, "Mr. Gu, they seem to be cultivating with the power of the stars." "Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu." There was no response, so he pulled it with his hand. Gu Yueshing, who was standing in front, spurted out a mouthful of blood. It lasted for a long time before he took a few steps back with his pale skin. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard! The starlight that I've spent so much effort to draw in has actually become someone else's wedding dress. Mr. Gu, where did that demonic beast go?" Situ Hung asked. Gu Yueshing's face was full of unwillingness and anger. He roared, "That profound level weapon must have a space array. My demonic beast was either teleported away or pulled into the void. There's definitely an expert in this caravan. They actually broke through 2 of my levels." Situ Hung looked at his maniacal appearance and felt a sense of joy in his heart. However, he was filled with disdain in his heart. He said, "It's all because you're trash, and you're actually blaming the other party for being strong. You boasted before coming out, but now I'll see how you end it." However, his face still revealed a serious expression, and he said, "Mr. Gu, what should we do now?" "What to do, your sister?" Gu Yueshing rushed forward and grabbed him. "You're a 9 stars martial grandmaster after all. Why do you ask me what to do all day long? I'll fuck your sister and fuck your whole family." He pushed Situ Hung away while beating and kicking him. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he stared at the caravan in the distance and shouted, "I don't care who you are. You've met my 6th-rank alchemist, Gu Yueshing. You're dead." Xianxia seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes slightly with a smile on his lips, then closed his eyes and continued cultivating. An hour later, the power of the stars was absorbed by the crowd, and at least half of it went into Yunxiao's body. I've broken through. I've actually broken through. One of the cultivators was overjoyed, and his body glowed with the light of advancement as he shouted in joy. My Xianxia is also much more vigorous. This power of the stars is indeed a good thing. It is at least equivalent to 3 months of my bitter cultivation. A martial artist sighed with emotion as he looked up at the starry sky, revealing a look of desire. It's all thanks to Master Yunxiao. Not only did he save everyone's lives, but he also helped everyone to break through their cultivation. One of the martial artists was extremely grateful. His words resonated with the crowd, and they all looked at Yunxiao, only to see that he was also glowing with the light of advancement. Master Yunxiao has also broken through? Master Yunxiao is really a peerless genius, Hailin said with envy. He's famous for both martial arts and magic. Zhu Lei's eyelids also twitched as he thought to himself. A 15-year-old 3 stars martial king and a 5th-tier great alchemist. He was really talented. If he could take them in as a rookie mercenary group, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Yunxiao looked at the people who had come to congratulate him and smiled without saying a word. If it was in the past, this kind of small breakthrough would not matter at all and would not affect his mind. But now, his greatest desire was to quickly recover the power of his previous life. Even a small improvement would make him overjoyed. Commander Zhua, Yunxiao said to Zhu Lei, let's keep going. We'll enter the gentle song forest early. The dark night is not an obstacle to our journey. Zhu Lei frowned and said, there's a forest in front of us. If it's dark and there's a forest, there must be a trap in there. This place has already been ambushed by them once, so it should be the safest place. Commander Zhua is right, Hailin said. Let's rest. We'll start tomorrow morning. His heart ached for his subordinates, and he was afraid that they would encounter danger. Yunxiao nodded slightly, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the distance, Gu Yuexing seemed to have calmed down. Summoning the 8th-rank monster beast had consumed too much of his soul power. In addition, his qi and blood had attacked his heart. At this moment, his entire person was extremely weak. He took out a pill and swallowed it. Soon, his face was red, and he seemed to be in high spirits. Your judgment of them is really accurate. They really didn't enter the forest. Gu Yuexing seemed to be praising Situ Heng. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he said, it's a good thing I've set up a second trap here. At first, he thought that those spirit-devouring rats were enough. He didn't expect them to pass 2 rounds in a row. I don't believe that they'll have such good luck in the 3rd stage. Standing behind him, Situ Heng did not comment. Instead, he revealed a look of slight disdain. Initially, he had been full of admiration for Chu Li. Now he was gradually looking down on him. However, he only dared to do so behind his back. He still had to be respectful in front of him. In the sky above that open space, other than setting up the starlight guiding formation with an invisibility talisman, I've also set up a starlight guiding formation. There were also 36 space stones and a sleeping magma beast buried in the ground. As long as we can wake up the magma beast, this place will soon become a swamp of lava under the effect of the spatial stone. He took out a formation plate and placed it flat on the ground. The formation plate was dotted with a few white dots, and in the middle was a lump of earth. Now is the largest area of control. Trash of the rookie mercenary group, all of you should enjoy the fired mud bath. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yuexing seemed to have seen the struggling expression on the other party's face. He laughed and quickly used his hands to cast a spell. A series of runes flew from his palms into the entire plate and a ray of light began to rotate. In the resting caravan, Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. He was the first to sense the fluctuations of the formation. His pupils contracted as he stared at the ground. He instantly jumped up and shouted, "Be careful, everyone! There's a problem underground." Everyone was woken up from their meditative state by him one after another. They were all extremely stunned, as if they had not discovered anything. Zhu Lei also frowned and said, "Master Yunxiao, you're wrong. Aren't you? This is fine." Then Ing Luo suddenly he stopped talking. The ground became extremely loose, and in the blink of an eye, his feet sank in. Not only him, but the entire caravan, including the dragon horse and the carriage, also began to sink, as if they had become a swamp. There's indeed a problem. Zhu Lei was shocked. He gathered his Zhen Qi and was about to fly up, but he suddenly found that the Zhen Qi that he had just circulated had directly flowed into the earth, as if it had been sucked away. How did this happen? He turned pale with fright and circulated his true Qi again, only to find that it was the same. It was as if there was something in the soil that would absorb the true Qi as soon as it came into contact with it. Not only him, but everyone else also realized this and became anxious. Many of them had already sunk to their waists. The dragon horses continued to struggle and neigh, sinking even faster. Young Master Yun, what should we do? Ding Ling was also frightened. She had also fallen into his lap. So far, Yun Xiao was the only one who had escaped this misfortune and was standing in the air. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, looked indifferent as he said, "Let's see." Zhu Lei was a little dizzy. "What are you still looking at? You're the only one who hasn't sunk yet. You just have to pull us out one by one." In such a critical situation, he did not notice that Yun Xiao could actually stand in the air with his martial king cultivation base. When you circulate your true Qi, will it violently flow out from under your feet, as if it is absorbed by the soil? Yun Xiao asked. Yes, yes, yes. Hai Lin was overjoyed. As expected of Master Yun Xiao, you can tell at a glance. How do we crack it? It's indeed the clear space stone. The clear space stone is a mutated earth element, Yun Xiao said with a frown. It has an endless absorption power from the earth. It's very difficult to get out of it, and if I were to pull you guys out, as soon as I come into contact with it, your Yuan Qi would be immediately sucked dry. I can't think of any good ways at the moment. Ding Ling was anxious and said, Even you can't do anything about this Ing Luo. Suddenly Yun Shang frowned. Why is there such a thick fire element in this swamp? It looks like it's going to burn. When she said this, everyone also noticed it one after another. They were all panicking, and a few people even sank to their necks. Not long after, bubbles began to appear on the swamp, emitting a large amount of heat and boiling. The color of the soil began to turn fiery red, and all the martial artists were sweating as if they were being roasted. Young Master Yun, it's so hot. I can't take it anymore. Ding Ling was the first one to cry out. She couldn't use genuine qi to resist here. Her constitution was the most injured. Luo Yunshang had a 9-yang body, so it was very difficult for the power of fire to hurt her. On the contrary, she did not feel much. There's no other way, Yun Xiao sighed. We can only do this. He lowered his body and rushed down. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he jumped into the swamp and sank with them. Ding Ling exclaimed, Young Master Yun, what are you doing? Gu Yuesheng, who was standing in the distance, was suddenly overjoyed. He laughed and said, Ha ha! They've finally fallen into the trap. The person who had escaped with great difficulty must have gone to save his companions. He would be finished too. With the help of the Earth's power, the clear space stone can absorb Yuan Qi endlessly. Even if he were to save people, he would be sucked down, haha. Situ Heng's expression was not as relaxed as before. He frowned and said, Mr. Gu, I think that person jumped down on his own. It doesn't look like he was trying to save someone. Jump down on your own? Gu Yuesheng's eyes bulged and he said sarcastically, Master Situ is indeed very smart. Why don't you try jumping down? It's very fun. Situ Heng snorted coldly. His face darkened and he did not say anything else. All right, we can go over and collect our spoils. Gu Yuesheng put away the array disc and was about to go over. Let's just wait. It won't be too late to go after they've been completely roasted by the lava beast. Situ Heng seemed to have some concerns. Gu Yuesheng snorted disdainfully. Humph. Are all the members of the skeleton mercenary corps as afraid of death as you? No one can escape from the effect of the clear space stone. He ran forward on his own. After thinking for a moment, Situ Heng also felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. He followed closely. Behind him, 5 other figures also rose into the air and followed behind him. It was as if they were 5 shadows. Ha ha! As expected, they all sank. Gu Yuesheng and the other 7 people quickly floated above the swamp. They looked coldly at the bubbling red lava below. The hot air was rising, and they could not see anyone at all. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet the expert in the caravan. However, no matter how powerful he is, he will die when he meets me. Gu Yuesheng. Alright, the mission is over. Let's go back and report. Situhang said, This Tao Wu. Mr. Gu, it's said that we must bring Hailin back. Even if he's dead, we need his body. Humph, a corpse? We're under the lava, Gu Yuesheng said unhappily. And there's the clear space stone, so we can't circulate our vital qi. Do you think there'll be a corpse? Situhang frowned. He seemed to be in a difficult position as he said, Before I came out, Lord, you told me to bring the corpse back no matter what. What should I do? Can you take out those clearing stones? I'll go down and look for them. Gu Yuesheng was impatient and said, The melting point of the clear space stone is not high. It is estimated that it will melt away in half a day. However, by that time, these people would not even have a corpse left. Wasn't he just a useless young master? Why would they need corpses? We just need to confirm that he's dead. Yeah, why do you want Hailin's body? Could it be because of the bloodline power in his body? Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the lava. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were wide open as they looked down in disbelief. A small vortex began to appear in the steaming lava, and then it slowly expanded as a figure slowly rose up from it. It was indeed Yunxiao. With a sunny smile on his face, he narrowed his eyes and said, That lady you were talking about, is she trying to refine her bloodline power? Who are you? The 7 of them retreated in shock. Situ Heng's expression changed drastically. A wave of cold killing intent surged out of his body and locked onto his opponent. The mission this time was extremely secretive. The higher-ups' request was to obtain Hailin's body. If they could not complete the mission, they had to at least not expose their whereabouts. Now, not only did he not get his body, but his whereabouts were also exposed. Even the mysterious Mr. Yu of the skeleton mercenaries was found out. Then, he could only kill them all. Otherwise, if he returned, he would definitely not be able to escape the heavy responsibility. Mr. Gu's face darkened and he said coldly, You're the one who broke through my 2 levels? How old are you? Which tier is he? Judging from the soul power fluctuations coming from the man, he was definitely an alchemist. However, what shocked him the most was that he couldn't see the other's level. He could only see the other's age, and this person was only 15 years old. 2 stages. Yunxiao pointed down with a smile and said, Does this count as a test? Mr. Gu was furious, as if his self-esteem had been hurt. He said angrily, Brat, which sector you from? Who is your master? You don't need to know who my master is, Yunxiao said coldly. But, I'm very interested in you. He's quite talented. A 5th-grade sorcerer. He was only focused on researching some boring secret techniques. Otherwise, his achievements would definitely be much more than this. Looking at your age, you're not even 30 years old, right? TSK. Not bad. If these words were said by someone else, it would be very comfortable to hear. However, it was a huge irony for Gu Yuesheng to hear it from a 15-year-old 5th-tier alchemist. Brat, you're looking for death. Don't think that I'm the best in the world just because you're a little talented. He roared in anger. I'll teach you how to respect your seniors in the art of divination. 5 curses, mirror flower. A burst of evil energy suddenly gushed out of his body, causing the space to fluctuate and distort as it swept forward. A spiritual attack? Yunxiao laughed. A spiritual attack? This spiritual attack technique is indeed not bad, but why does it exude an evil aura? He said with a smile. Why did you choose the evil path instead of the righteous one? He stretched out his hand, spread his fingers, and pushed forward slightly. The distorted space stagnated and was pushed back by a great resistance. It instantly returned to its original state. Gu Yuesheng cried out in horror. What a strong soul power fluctuation! What rank are you? He turned around and shook his head desperately. Impossible! You're only 15 years old. How can you be so heaven-defying? I don't believe it. Divine power, appear. He shouted again, and green light burst out from his body. It began to spin around him, turning into a pattern that spread out layer by layer. Gu Yuesheng's face looked extremely strange under the green light. Bloodline power? Yunxiao looked at the changes in his body in shock, then shook his head and said, "No, although it's a little strange, it's definitely not the power of the bloodline." At this time, Gu Yuesheng's left eye suddenly began to swell and slowly protruded. It became extremely terrifying and actually took up a small part of his face. Green veins were connected around his eyeball and covered his entire head. The expressions of Situ Hong and the others behind him changed slightly. They seemed to have felt extremely uncomfortable. They retreated several dozen meters before they stopped and looked into the distance. What? Yunxiao was stunned. Your eyeball Kasaya is the primordial heavenly eye? Gu Yuesheng's body was covered in cold sweat. He seemed to be extremely uncomfortable under this kind of change, but he still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, that's right. This is the divine eye of the immemorial heavenly eye clan, and I obtained it. Let's see how you're going to fight me. His huge eyeball emitted a strange light. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and gradually turned into a black demon moon. This move is Chi. Yunxiao's heart trembled as an extremely strong spiritual power surrounded him from all directions. He felt as if he had been plunged deep into the tide, and his spiritual sea began to be under a great pressure, as if it would be broken at any time. Ha ha ha! Gu Yuesheng laughed out loud. Although he still looked like he was in pain, he was obviously very happy. It seems that your identity is indeed not ordinary. You even recognize this move of mine. That's right, this move was Gu Feiyang's Kasaya back then. Sorcery Moon Deficiency. Looking at Yunxiao's horrified face, Gu Yuesheng said proudly, "Each of the 10 martial sovereigns has their own strengths, and Gu Feiyang is the #1 in spiritual attacks in the heavenly martial arts realm. I have the primordial divine eye and Gu Feiyang's eye technique. Let's see how you can fight me." Yunxiao hurriedly exercised the Great Expansion divine technique, and only then did his spiritual sea gradually stabilize. A thin layer of golden light began to appear around him, isolating him from the spiritual power. This was the first time he had been attacked by his own eye technique. Only now did he know how terrifying his eye technique was. If he didn't have the Great Expansion divine technique, he would have fallen into the other party's trap in that moment of distraction. This would definitely be fatal in a battle between martial artists. Even when he used the Great Expansion divine technique, he felt that it was very difficult to resist the mental attack. The mental shock from the immemorial heavens I was unusually strong and almost disintegrated his divine art's power. The immemorial heavenly eye clan was indeed terrifying. Situ Hong, who was standing behind Gu Yuesheng, also had a serious expression on his face. Although he could not see the changes on Gu Yuesheng's face, he could feel the ancient aura that was emanating from him. It was shocking. Yunxiao knew that he could not delay any longer. He had been careless, and the opponent's spiritual attack had gained the upper hand, so he was now in a very passive position. He had to quickly suppress him. Otherwise, if time dragged on and his sea of consciousness was broken by the other party, he would really be doomed. His hand flashed and an ancient bell appeared in his palm. The dynasty bell. 1 dynasty is a century. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out from the ancient void, and waves of ancient fluctuations came from the sky, disrupting the mental fluctuations emitted by the immemorial heaven's eye. Countless tiny spiritual pressures appeared in the space, and the two forces were devouring each other. Gu Yuesheng's expression changed. He stared at the ancient bell in horror and said in shock, "You're a coward. You actually blocked my pupil technique, Moon Deficiency? What kind of profound level weapon is this? Dang!" With another ring, a second ancient will spread out, crashing in all directions like a wave. It pushed through dry weeds and rotten weeds as it destroyed all the power. Gu Yuesheng's left eye was in great pain, and his entire sea of consciousness was numb. Not only that, but his mind was also shaken by the sound of the bell, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The immemorial Heaven's Eye's spiritual power was destroyed by the bell. It was severely injured and closed immediately, unable to open for a while. Xianxia was not in good condition either. Every time the dynasty bell was struck, it almost drained all his primordial qi, and the second strike was his limit. He took out a large number of medicinal pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. Only then did his expression become slightly better. Ah! Gu Yuesheng covered his left eye with one hand. He was in so much pain that he kept wailing in the air. He kept cursing, "Animal, animal, how is that possible? How could this be? Take Mr. Gu away." Situ Hung flew over in a hurry and instructed one of his men to pull Gu Yuesheng back. He and the other 4 quickly surrounded Xianxia, and their killing intent surged out. "Who are you? There's no one like you in the noob mercenary group." Situ Heng's face was dark. He seemed to know the rookie mercenary group like the back of his hand. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "I don't have time to chat with you." The space behind him suddenly twisted, and Duan Yu's figure emerged. He looked around with a complicated look and said with a sigh, "The demon planes? I finally returned." "Hurry up and take care of them," Yunxiao said. "Don't let that Gu Yuesheng get away. Take him to the Divine Realm tablet. I have many questions to ask him." 10 breaths. Duan Yu chuckled. The aura on his body rose, and he immediately rushed from a 7 stars martial grandmaster to a 4 stars martial emperor. His pressure pressed down on everyone's heart like a mountain. Woof! A martial emperor! Situ Heng's expression changed drastically as he fell into despair. His eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, You are Duan Yu?" Duan Yu frowned and said, "Eh? You know me? Weren't you killed by young Emperor Hao Lian?" Situ Heng suddenly asked. "He's not dead yet." He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "These people are from a rookie mercenary group. They should be your enemies. You should kill them." Duan Yu smiled indifferently and said in a seemingly gentlemanly manner, "I've always been a magnanimous person who doesn't remember the faults of small people, and I like to repay evil with good. Let the past be the past." Situ Heng. "Haha. Yunxiao. He. Stop wasting time." Duan Yu shouted. "Die." He was like a giant as he walked towards Situ Heng. Under his pressure, the few of them could not even resist. Under the lava, there was an independent space that separated all the lava. Zhu Lei and the others took action one after another, and the layers of defense connected together. The space became larger and larger, and almost all the people of the rookie mercenary group were found. Although many of them were in a sorry state, none of them were in danger. What? Hong Yu was a little confused. In the beginning, the lava was still absorbing everyone's true qi. Why isn't it affected at all now? Zhu Lei said, "Who cares? No matter what, his life was saved. Is everyone here? Are we still short of people?" "What?" Hai Lin was shocked. Big brother Yunxiao didn't see it. Everyone was shocked. Zhu Lei said, "Those who are martial kings and above, use your vital qi to separate the lava and look for Master Yunxiao. The rest of you stay here and don't move. We'll go up together later." "Yes." Many people responded and were about to step into the magma again. Ding Ling suddenly said, "I don't think it's necessary. Young Master Yun was a martial king, so as long as the lava didn't absorb his vital qi, he would be fine. Let's go up first." Hai Lin was stunned. He looked at Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang's indifferent expressions and felt that something was wrong. Gulu Gulu! A figure squeezed into the protective wall, which was opened by the primordial qi. It was Yunxiao. Big brother Yunxiao. Hai Lin was overjoyed. "You're all right, that's great." Yunxiao's face was a little pale as he smiled and said, "It's all right. I was quite scared at the beginning. Later on, I found out that I could use vital qi to open it, but I couldn't see what was in front of me. This place seemed to have blocked divine sense. But fortunately, I found everyone in time." Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang both gave him a contemptuous look. The so-called divine sense shield was set up by Yunxiao himself, so that the battle outside would not be noticed by the others. Zhu Lei said, "It's good that everyone's here. Now, everyone, Let's go up together. The defensive barrier was so large that it covered a huge space of 30 to 40 meters. Even the carriage that Hailin was in and several dragon horses were inside. Everyone started to work together and slowly floated up. Everyone, keep your spirits up. There might be some danger waiting for us outside, so we must be careful. Hong Yu's expression was grave, as if he could sense that the enemy he would face after leaving this place would be extremely difficult. Ding Ling and Yunxiang stole glances at Yunxiao, who nodded with a smile, indicating that everything was settled. Soon, the huge defensive shield rushed out of the swamp lava, rose into the air, and landed in the distance. As soon as everyone's feet touched the ground, they instantly felt warm and heavy. It turned out that stepping on the ground was so steady and safe. Everyone be on guard. Don't be careless. Zhu Lei's divine sense swept across the area and did not find any traces of the enemy, but he still warned everyone. Master Yunxiao, what should we do now? Hailin asked. Instead of asking Zhu Lei, he turned to Yunxiao. Obviously, Zhu Lei had made two wrong judgments, which had raised Yunxiao's image in the hearts of the crowd. Zhu Lei was a little embarrassed, but he still had a questioning look on his face. I've tried several times but failed, Yunxiao said with a smile. I can't see her now. I think they must have already evacuated. Evacuate? How is that possible? Zhu Lei shook his head like a rattledrum and said, Absolutely not. There's definitely an even fiercer attack waiting for us down there. Everyone take a rest here. We'll take advantage of the night to rush back to the Gentle Song Forest. He now felt that the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. He immediately sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. In the entire caravan, apart from Ding Ling who he could not see through, his cultivation was the highest, and he had the heaviest responsibility. He had to recover as soon as possible. The pressure was huge. It was already late at night, but none of them were sleepy. One by one, they set off into the pitch-black forest. Not long after they left, a rock suddenly emerged from the lava swamp. It slowly revealed its body and crawled out of it. The small black eyes flickered. It really was a stone beast. However, his body seemed to be very different from before. It had turned into a pure earthen yellow color, and his body was emitting the aura of the living earth. After his entire body crawled out, he saw that he was carrying a mud-like demonic beast. It was completely red and was constantly bubbling. It was the lava beast that had been lying in ambush inside. It was unknown when it had been smashed into mud by the small stones. The neat stone in the swamp lava was completely useless under the level suppression of the living earth. The breathing earth was the mother of the earth. It existed when the world was created and evolved all things. It was the source of the earth element. All earth-type powers were completely useless under its suppression. The little stone threw away the lava beast, which was now a pile of mud, and turned into a giant round ball, quickly chasing after Yunxiao. After traveling through the night, the caravan finally left the forest. After traveling for a few dozen miles, they could see the gate of the Gentle Song woodland in the distance. Other than a few low-level demonic beasts that were easily killed, they did not encounter any other danger. Big Brother Yunxiao is indeed formidable. They really retreated in the face of difficulties. Hailin's face was full of admiration, but there was more joy on his face. We're finally back in the Light Song Forest. Hailin, who was standing on the front of the carriage, was the first one to cry out like a child. He said excitedly to Yunxiao, After we enter the city, Big Brother Yunxiao must come to my house as a guest. Zhu Lei also revealed a smile and said, That's right. If it wasn't for Master Yunxiao, we would have been dead by now. After we enter the city, the vice-captain will definitely personally thank Grandmaster. Thank you, Yunxiao said. I'll have to trouble you then. When the guards at the city gate saw the caravan, they immediately recognized Zhu Lei and hurriedly opened the city gate to let them in. The group quickly entered the city. It was bustling and lively inside. Everyone had a smile on their faces, which seemed to be different from the legendary city of Sin. Big Brother Yunxiao, Big Sister Linger, Big Sister Yunxiang, Hailin said with a smile. Don't think that these people look harmless and kind. In fact, each of them is a great devil. Look at that old woman selling eggs over there. Don't think that she's a good-hearted person. She's probably the most poisonous person on the entire street. If there aren't 10,000, there are at least 8,000 martial artists who have died in her hands. Ding Ling Er's heart skipped a beat, but she still looked calm. As the person in charge of a chamber of commerce, she had come into contact with all kinds of people, so she was not surprised. Luo Yunshang, on the other hand, was much more naive. She did not believe him. At a glance, the old woman's hair was white and her body seemed weak and small, as if a gust of wind could blow her. She was covering her basket with her trembling and old hand that was like a branch, as if the eggs in it were all her treasures. The old woman seemed to have noticed that someone was talking about her. She turned her wrinkled face and smiled at Yunshang. A chill spread through Yunshang's body. The smile was so strange that it made her tremble. She hurriedly circulated her 9-yang genuine qi to dispel the fear and turned her head away, not daring to look at it again. The old woman's eyes revealed slight surprise, as if she was a little surprised. At this moment, he saw a little boy in a doo-doo squatting by the side of the road and playing. He kept kicking stones. "Oh?" Yunshang smiled and said, "This little boy can't be a bad person, can he?" The little boy, who was about 7 or 8 years old, turned around and looked at Yunshang with a lustful look on his face that did not match his age. He laughed lecherously and said in a very rough tone, "Hey, where did this little girl come from? She's so tender. Let this old man have a taste." Luo Yunshang's face instantly turned black. "Ha ha ha." Zhu Lei held his stomach and laughed out loud. The entire caravan was also laughing so hard that they could not stand straight. Hai Lin pointed at the child and laughed. He was given the golden boy jade seal when he was young, so he will never grow up. He will forever stay at the age of 7 or 8, but his actual age is already more than 90 years old, haha. Golden boy jade seal? Ding Ling Er's eyes suddenly lit up. Do these seals have any side effects? I know what you're thinking, Hai Lin said with a smile. With such a seal, Sister Ling Er can remain at the age of 28 forever. However, the side effects of this seal were extremely great. Not only would it make the person who was sealed unable to conceive, but it would also greatly limit their martial arts talent. Everyone had forgotten this child's original name. They only knew him as Zhang Bulo. He was originally extremely talented and reached the realm of a great martial master of 3 talents at the age of 8. It's been more than 90 years since my enemy cast the seal on me, and I'm only at the peak of the martial king realm now. An 8-year-old great martial master. Ding Ling Er was taken aback, and so was Yun Xiao. He shook his head in pity as he looked at the young boy's face, which was still young and had a perverted smile on it. With such amazing talent, if it was not for the fact that he had been sealed by someone, it would be easy for him to advance to the 9 Heavens Martial Emperor realm in the future. There were hundreds of millions of martial artists in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Those who could enter the Martial Emperor realm were not only those with sharp features, but also those with great talent and opportunities. To a force or a large family, the birth of a Martial Emperor powerhouse was enough to last for 1,000 years. In the entire southern region, there had not been a single martial sovereign for thousands of years. Hee. Don't look down on this old man's small body, but the places that should be big aren't small at all. 2 little girls. Do you want to experience the giant thing with a child's face? Zhang Bulo said with a lecherous smile. Gulu gulu. Luo Yunshang and Ding Ling Er's stomachs rolled, and they almost vomited. Both of their faces were pale, and their eyes were burning with anger. Zhu Lei picked up his horse whip and lashed out, shouting, Zhang Bulo, get lost. One more word and I'll kill you. Pa! The horsewhip flicked out a bolt of lightning in the air, and with a crack, it jolted over. Zhang Bulao was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the lightning on the whip still hit his arm. He screamed in pain and jumped into the crowd, disappearing. Zhu Lei turned his head and said, There's no need to worry and be afraid, ladies. This city is lacking in women, so everyone here is like a wolf that has never eaten meat. However, you are under the protection of the newbie mercenary group. No one in the city would dare to touch you. Io, who's this savage? How dare you hit someone on the street? Suddenly, the crowd in front of them parted, and a group of cultivators quickly walked over. The voice came from the leader. He was wearing a fox fur coat, his head was sharp, and the back of his head was covered with long mane hair. He held a toothpick in his mouth and glanced at Zhu Lei with a disdainful expression. When he saw Ding Linger and Luo Yunxiang, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to be in high spirits. So it's Zhu Lei from the rookie mercenary group. How dare you? How dare you beat up my Storm mercenary group's people in the street? The man's face turned fierce as he shouted angrily. You're clearly trying to start a fight between the two big groups. If you don't give me an explanation today, you'll all stay here and let Xiaohuang Haolian come and get you. The martial artists behind him spread out to the sides and surrounded the entire caravan. The people on the street were all stunned. But what surprised them was that they didn't run away, but continued to do their own things. The vegetable seller continued to shout. The haggler continued to argue. The flirtatious continued to chat and laugh. And even the storyteller in the restaurant next door continued to gossip. A young master was walking his bird as if no one was around. He was holding a bird cage in his hand and whistling nonstop as he walked between the two groups of people. In the corner, there was a disheveled martial artist who was perverting a girl who had sold herself to bury her father. The sounds of struggling, begging, and evil, perverted laughter kept coming, but no one actually looked at it. Yunxiao's interest was suddenly piqued. He smiled and said, "This Lightsong forest is really interesting. It's really different." The man gave Yunxiao a look, and his eyes were spitting fire as he shouted, "Who the fuck are you? Why did you interrupt when I was talking to your captain Zhu Lei?" Before Yunxiao could speak, Hailin flew into a rage and said, "Left Commander, he dared to insult Big Brother Yunxiao. Kill him." All the people in the caravan were filled with righteous indignation. If it were not for Yunxiao, they would have died in the demon land a long time ago. At this moment, they admired him like a god. At this moment, each and every one of them was filled with anger. All kinds of profound level weapons were lit up one by one. The killing intent immediately formed a whirlwind, blowing across the street. Swish! The man with the mane gasped, his eyes filled with shock. The newbie Chamber of Commerce had been extremely low-key during this period of time, and it seemed like they had changed. He thought that the other party was easy to bully and that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. He didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of causing trouble and was even willing to fight to the death. What was going on? His mind was a little muddled, and he was stunned for a moment, but he still shouted, "What are you doing? What are you all doing? Do you want to fight? The East City is the territory of our Rainstorm mercenary group. Do you believe that I can use a cloud-piercing arrow to send thousands of troops to meet you?" Zhu Lei glared at him coldly as killing intent surged from his body. He said coldly, "Dafei, you're looking for death. You can't blame us. Young Master Hailin has ordered you to be killed. You can only blame yourself for being disrespectful to Master Yunxiao." He suddenly shouted loudly and directly rushed over from the dragon horse. Before his body had even arrived, the blade light had already slashed down. His killing was decisive without a trace of hesitation. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he showed no mercy. The hairy man was shocked. A ball of light burst out under his feet and his whole body retreated quickly. At the same time, he took out a long sword and blocked Zhu Lei's blade light. His eyes were full of horror as he said, "Zhu Lei, aren't you afraid of causing a huge battle between the two groups? When the time comes, young Emperor Haolian will definitely hold you accountable for your crimes." Zhu Lei's eyes flashed with a look of contempt as he snorted, "You're just a minion. If you die, then so be it. I don't believe that Chun Chuanjiu would kill the rookie mercenary group for you. You'll die in vain today." Killing people without a word was not the style of a rookie mercenary group. The long-haired man was extremely frustrated. If he had known that the other party would be so decisive in killing, he would not have taken the initiative to provoke them. He glanced at Yunxiao, who was sitting in the carriage. He did not know who this man was and why he was defending him so much. But at this moment, he was crying bitterly in his heart and kept shouting, "How dare you be so arrogant in the East District? You're really tired of living." Bang! Zhu Lei's powerful strike came from the sword in his hand, almost causing it to fall out of his hand and forcing him to retreat. This completely enraged the man with the mane. A hidden weapon in his hand shot into the sky, letting out a sharp and long whistle. It was a voice transmission signal. Zhu Lei's expression changed as he shouted, "Kill all the way! Anyone who blocks us will die." This was the eastern part of the Gentle Song Forest, which was the territory of the Rainstorm mercenary group. Most of the newbie mercenary groups were in the northern part of the city. If the enemy's experts came, it didn't matter if he died. But he was afraid of implicating young Master Hailin and Master Yunxiao. At this moment, the group of men were also engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of lights were flying everywhere. What shocked the Storm mercenary group was that the other party's attacks were fierce, as if they did not want to kill themselves. This kind of desperate fighting style was as if there was a life and death feud between them. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. To Yunxiao, Dingling and Yunshang's surprise, the people on both sides of the road were not affected by the murderous aura of the battle in the middle of the road, and they were still doing their own things. However, when a murderous aura rushed over, he turned his body slightly to the side and dodged it, turning a blind eye to it. The disheveled warrior who had bullied the little girl was closer to the battle, so he dragged the girl to a further corner and continued to molest her. Hiss! Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in the corner of the noisy street. No one heard it, but they all saw a fountain of blood gushing out. The head of the fallen martial artist flew up and fell in front of Hailin's carriage. After a headless body fell, the figure of a little girl appeared. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent and she even spat on the headless body. She didn't even look at the battle in the middle of the road. She walked back to her stall, knelt down, and continued to sell her body to bury her father. Pa! Under Zhu Lei's lead, the caravan began to charge forward while killing. The head of the fallen martial artist was crushed by the dragon horse and quickly drowned under the various footsteps, leaving only a pool of blood and brain juice. Dingling and Luo Yunshang looked at each other and saw the speechlessness and shame in each other's eyes. This was simply not the normal world. Bang! The man with the mane was kicked away by Zhu Lei again, and the caravan moved forward at an extremely fast speed. "Right, Commander! Quickly send the signal," Hailin suddenly shouted. Although the Gentle Song Forest was only a city, it occupied a large area, 10 times the size of Xiangyang City. From the east of the city to the north, it would take the time for an incense stick to burn even if they galloped on horseback. They were still in the territory of the East City. If no one came to their rescue, they would probably not be able to leave. It was still fine for them, but if Big Brother Cloud Sky, especially his 2 sisters, fell into the hands of the Storm mercenary group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Yu also understood. He hurriedly took out a light blue hidden weapon and pulled it open. An arrow light shot into the sky and exploded. That's Ing Luo. Within a small building, a silver-haired man was currently drinking wine to his heart's content, and all sorts of coquettish laughter could be heard. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he looked at the blue fireworks in the distance in shock. He pushed away the girl in his arms and jumped up like a spring, shouting, "Quickly gather and head east of the city. It's young Master Hailin. He's returned and sent a distress signal." The group of martial artists in the building jumped up and rushed out. Many people even jumped down from the building and began to gather. "Black Ghost, quickly inform the vice captain. If they're asking for help in the city, it must be the people from the Storm mercenary group." The man in silver gritted his teeth. "Bastards of the Storm mercenary group. If anything happens to young Master Hailin, I, Huijian, will destroy your entire mercenary group. Everyone, no matter what you're doing, stop and rush to the east of the city to save the people," he roared. The entire space around the small building trembled, and the sound waves spread far and wide. As for himself, he was already 1,000 meters away. He turned into a ray of light and headed toward the east of the city. Kill these bastards of the storm. Zhu Lei's momentum was like a rainbow, and with a single slash, he pushed away several warriors of the Rainstorm mercenary group who blocked his way, and continued to lead the team forward. The mane-wearing man's eyes were filled with fear. In just a few rounds, more than a dozen of them had been killed, and the streets were filled with blood. He was just a small leader of the Storm mercenary group, and all these casualties were his men. Even if he could return this time, he would not be able to escape the heavy punishment. Savage! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and a powerful aura spread out on the street. A man's angry roar was heard. Bastard from the rookie mercenary group! How dare you bully my Storm mercenary group? Since you dared to kill people in the east of the city, you can all stay here. Boom! A ray of light shot towards Zhu Lei and struck his treasured saber. As the powerful force spread out, Zhu Lei's dragon horse neighed under the pressure. Its two hind legs could not bear the weight and knelt down with a plop. Following that, a figure appeared in the sky. His 5 fingers were like an eagle's claw as he was about to take Zhu Lei's head. Hong Yu, who was behind him, was shocked. He poured all his strength into the long sword and thrust it forward, making a sharp whistling sound. As the dragon horse knelt down, Zhu Lei's vigilance was also raised to the highest level. His treasured saber danced again with a blade light and also slashed straight up. The 3 forces immediately collided and shook. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu and Hong received a huge impact and were forced to retreat. The qi and blood in their bodies were in turmoil. The man on the other side landed on the ground and easily resolved the impact. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked coldly at the rookie mercenary group. Lord He Dexing. The mane-wearing man was overjoyed and hurriedly came forward, saying, Lord He, these rookie servants are hee-hee. Trash. He Dexing couldn't be bothered to listen to him and directly sent a palm strike over. A line of blood shot out in the air, and the hairy man's entire body flew out. He crashed into a wall on the side of the street, and all the bones in his body shattered. He didn't know what the walls of the house were made of, but they were so strong that they didn't break. All the buildings in the forest had to be renovated every few years because people were killed every day. All the buildings with weak structures had long been completely destroyed. Now they were all constructed with special materials. Even if an ordinary martial artist attacked with all his might, he would only be able to leave a mark. He Dexing. Zhu Lei's and Hong Yu's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly took a few steps back. Clearly, they were very afraid. Yun Xiao swept his divine sense over and found that He Dexing was only a 6-stars martial grandmaster. However, a 6-stars martial grandmaster was enough to suppress both Zhu Lei and Hong Yu. He Dexing's eyes swept across the room and stopped on Ding Ling and the other woman in surprise for a moment. Then he swept his eyes over them and sneered. No wonder they fought to the death. Where did they get these 2 beautiful women for young Emperor Hao Lian? TSK, you guys are really loyal and responsible as subordinates. These 2 girls are still virgins, right? Why don't you try it first? Since you know it's for the captain, get out of my way, Zhu Lei said with a dark expression. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang were both listless and angry. Zhu Lei, Ding Ling shouted angrily. You better keep your mouth clean. Zhu Lei panicked and hurriedly gave her a look. His eyes blinked a dozen times in an instant. Ding Linger's face was gloomy. Don't blink. Whoever makes such a joke again, even if it's you, will die without a doubt. A white light flashed in her hands, and 2 black silk gloves glowed in her hands. Without making any visible movements on her feet, she had already arrived in front of He Dexing and was about to grab his throat. Before He Dexing could react, he smelled a burst of fragrance. Immediately, he felt the danger of death spread through his body. His potential as a 6-stars martial grandmaster burst out at this moment. With an unimaginable movement, he formed his hands into palms and blocked Ding Ling attack. After escaping from death, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The 2 of them exchanged several moves in an instant, so fast that it was almost suffocating. He Dexing was even more shocked. The other party was a 6-stars martial grandmaster at such a young age. Moreover, whether it was his moves or aura, they were far superior to his. Very quickly, he was surrounded by danger, and his throat was almost crushed several times. The members of the rookie mercenary group were all stunned. Although they had felt the extraordinary aura from Ding Ling along the way, they did not expect her to be so powerful. He Dexing, who couldn't even defeat the two commanders working together, could only dodge in a sorry state in front of her. "Stop! Let's talk this out," he Dexing hurriedly shouted. "We're all acquaintances of the Light Song Forest. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. Even if there's a small conflict, it's enough. There's no need to risk your life." Ding Ling face was cold. She snorted and said, "I'm not going all out. I'm going to kill you." Her hands flashed with white light as she put her palms together. The two white silk gloves emitted a powerful weapon charm, and the light became brighter and brighter. It was as if she was holding a miniature sun in her hands, and it was blinding. The aura from the miniature sun made everyone's heart jump. He Dexing was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and fled, saying, "You won't play with you guys anymore." He was quite straightforward. In a flash, he poured all his true chi into his feet and ran dozens of meters away. "You want to escape?" Ding Ling sneered and opened her palms. A white light, like a washing ribbon, appeared in her hands. She made a bow shooting posture, and the light instantly shot out, and the whole street was illuminated. "Moonbeam arrows," she muttered. He Dexing was running for his life when suddenly, a blinding light shone behind him. A terrifying aura pressed down on him, causing all his pores to stand on end. He turned his head back in shock and saw a blinding light. Other than that, he could not see anything clearly. His eyes hurt, and his entire body was instantly swallowed up by the light. Boom, boom, boom. The arrow of flowing light did not lose its momentum and continued to travel through the entire street. The solid bluestone floor was completely overturned and turned into dust in the air. The entire street instantly fell silent. Not only the survivors of the Storm mercenary group, but also those who were just passing by. All of them widened their eyes and their faces were filled with shock. Ding Ling coldly looked at Zhu Lei, who was completely stunned, and said, "If you speak without thinking, you'll end up like him." Zhu Lei shivered and felt a chill all over his body. "Quickly advance." He woke up with a start and hurriedly shouted. Now that the Storm mercenary group was almost completely annihilated, the matter had already blown up. If they did not leave quickly, it would be their turn to be annihilated later. "Humph, how dare you? Do you think you can get away? It seems like the noob team has gotten a good girl this time. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she's also strong enough to kill He Dexing. You're still in the mood to search for beautiful women? I heard that young Emperor Hao Lian failed to break through to the Martial Supreme Realm and died. Could it be fake?" On the road ahead, a dense fog suddenly appeared. It gradually thickened, and it was difficult to see through it. There were only 3 figures that could be faintly seen flashing about. Yunxiao's heart jolted when he heard the last sentence, and his eyes burst with light. "Not good. It's the 3 brothers from the Lai family." Zhu Lei's expression changed and instantly turned ugly. The faces of the members of the newbie mercenary group were also ashen, and their eyes were filled with despair. "Humph, since you recognize us as brothers, why don't you just surrender and die? Dead? Kneel to the side. I'll deal with you after I kill Hai Lin. Hey, and those 2 girls. Let us 3 brothers use it for a few days first. After we've had our fun, we'll personally return it to Hao Lian Xiaohuang. Ha ha ha. Swish. Suddenly, there was the sound of something cutting through the air. Everyone saw what seemed to be a ray of light, and the laughing figure suddenly stopped. Soon, another whooshing sound came back. Yunxiang's face was cold, and a green object was stuck to his hand, which seemed to be moving. "Third brother. Third brother." Suddenly, the Lai brothers' terrified screams came from the fog, and the fog gradually dispersed. One of the men held his throat with one hand and blood was gushing out. His eyes were filled with fear, anger, and unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, his eyes began to slacken and his body went limp. Swish! This time, it wasn't just the members of the rookie mercenary group, but the surrounding people also gasped in shock, each of them feeling a chill. The Lai brothers were famous peak martial arts grandmasters. Even the weakest third brother was an 8-stars martial arts grandmaster. However, he had died so quietly and senselessly. Even the cause of death was unknown. Although people died every day in the Soft Song Forest, it wasn't such a stupid way to die. Zhu Lei was also stunned. How could these two women be so powerful? One was more perverted than the other. He stole a glance at Yun Xiao and thought to himself, "This kid doesn't look that good, not even as strong and manly as me. How can he have such a powerful confidant? He was so handsome, so domineering and powerful, but why couldn't he even get a girl?" At this moment, the shock in his heart gradually turned into frustration, sighing at the injustice of the heavens. However, he was quickly jolted back to his senses by the furious roars of the Lai brothers. "You killed my brother. You all deserve to die." The remaining two men's eyes were bloodshot. The three of them had grown up together, practiced martial arts together, and flirted with girls together. Now that their third brother had left without any reason, they couldn't accept this fact. Yunshang's eyes grew colder as she glanced around and said coldly, "I don't care if you're in the Light Song Forest or somewhere else, and those who make fun of me and little sister linger with their mouths, all of you will die." The faces of the people around him turned pale and they covered their mouths in horror, afraid that they would say something wrong. The man with the mane also had a look of fear on his face. He mixed in with the crowd with his bloody body, not daring to speak. Big Brother Blazing Flame's eyes were about to pop out, but he still forcefully restrained his anger. After all, third brother's death was too unclear. It was not easy for the three of them to reach their current status in the Lightsong Forest. If they were to rely on their martial arts, even a peak martial ancestor would have died many times over. "What's that thing in your hand?" Eldest Raging Flame gritted his teeth and stared at the little green monster with bloodshot eyes, which was constantly moving in Luo Yunshang's hand. This little green demon was a martial arts grandmaster. Although its attack power was not strong, its speed was astonishing. Back then, even Zhou Ziyuan, who had a lesser clear heaven realm, could only escape. Moreover, the throat was one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Under the third brother's carelessness, his throat was pierced just like that, and he died on the spot. Yunshang placed her right hand behind her back and sat back in the carriage indifferently, ignoring him. "Good, good, good." Blazing Flame spat out 3 good words in a row and slowly put the body of the third brother to the side. He walked towards the rookie mercenary group with a gloomy expression. The second brother, Lai Feng, was right behind him. He slowly pulled out his mystic weapon and unsealed it. A murderous aura spread out. "Let us 3 Lai brothers personally experience the experts of the rookie mercenary group." Lai Yan's expression turned cold, and a fiery red steel fork appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the numb soy sauce party began to change their expressions. They retreated in all directions, leaving a large open space. The 2 powerhouses at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm would definitely be implicated once they moved. Zhu Lei and Hong Yu were forced to retreat by the aura, their faces pale. The difference in strength between the 4 of them could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. They might not even be able to take a single move from the other party. "Sister Ling Sister Yunshang, can you beat these 2? Hai Lin asked. Both of them shook their heads. Ding Ling pouted at Yun Xiao, and Hai Lin was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood. As if he had found his savior, he pulled Yun Xiao's arm and said, "Big brother Yun Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to beat these 2 people away." He did not ask if he could defeat the man, but directly begged him to help. With a wry smile, Yun Xiao said, "I sense a few powerful auras coming from the north. Perhaps they are from your regiment, but there is still time to brew a cup of tea." "Fine, let's rush over." Yun Xiao stood up and shouted, "Commander Zhu, let's take out our weapons and charge." Zhu Lei was instantly dumbfounded. He picked up his weapon and charged forward. What kind of joke was this? The other party had 2 martial grandmasters at the peak standing there. Wouldn't it be suicide to rush over? He looked at Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang with pleading eyes, hoping that they would help him, but they both looked indifferent and ignored his expression. Commander Zhua, let's listen to young Master Yun and rush over, Hai Lin said. We'll definitely be able to make it. Zhu Lei shook his head with a bitter smile. No one knew where he got his brute force from, but he said fiercely, Good, Master Yunshao, I've been making the wrong decisions all this time. I'll listen to you this time. He roared loudly, and the treasured saber in his hand bloomed. He ran with all his might. Hong Yu's sword was also swishing as he followed by his side. His eyes were filled with enlightenment. The warriors of the mercenary group behind him were also in high spirits, roaring as they followed suit, as if they were not afraid of death at all. The carriage Yunshao and the others were in also followed them. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. The flames raised the red steel fork high, and the aura of the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm spread out, as if it wanted to suppress everything. At the same time, Lai Feng's sword light flashed, his eyes full of coldness and hatred. Just as the two of them were about to start a massacre, a vast and profound power suddenly rumbled over and suppressed them on the spot. Their bodies felt an extremely great pressure, as if a few mountains were pressing down on them, and they were about to be pressed into the ground. What's going on? The two of them were shocked and their faces changed color. Not only was this pressure extremely powerful, but it also gave them a sense of stability and magnanimity, as if it was as endless as the earth. Could it be the domain of a martial honor? This thought suddenly appeared in Raging Flame's mind. He was immediately startled and quickly threw this thought away. Putting aside the fact that the number of martial honors in the entire Lightsong Woodland was very limited, if he was really a martial honor, why would he waste so much time talking to them? He would have killed them both with a single palm. What's going on? Just as the two of them were in shock, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly rose again. It was like a raging fire, but there was no flame in sight. The burning intent was like a divine flame from the ancient times that wanted to burn everything in the world to ashes. Raging Flames was a fire attribute cultivation technique, and under this burning sensation, he actually had the urge to worship it, as if a fire attribute god had descended. Lai Feng, on the other hand, felt even more uncomfortable. He felt as if his muscles and bones were about to melt. Bone Cleaver, Shadowless Heaven Shocking Sword. At this moment, Zhu Lei and Hong Yu rushed forward and poured all their strength into their profound weapons, striking with all their might. Boom! Boom! Lai Yen and Lai Feng raised their profound level weapons with great difficulty to block the attack. With a loud bang, the two of them were directly sent flying and fell far away at the corner of the street, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This not only Zhu Lei and Hong Yu, but the martial artists behind them were also dumbfounded. Their brains had short-circuited. The three brothers of the Blaze were extremely famous in the Storm mercenary group, and each of them had the power to annihilate them. Now, not only did one of them die mysteriously, but even the two strongest people were sent flying by a single move from the left and right commanders. Moreover, they seemed to be heavily injured. How could this be? However, everyone was only stunned for a moment. They did not stop and continued to rush forward. As long as they left the East City and contacted the newbie mercenary group that had come to rescue them, everything would be fine. Wow! Big brother Yunshao, you're so amazing! Hai Lin looked at Yunshao excitedly. Although he did not know what Yunshao had done, he could vaguely sense the faint fluctuations from him just now. All the martial artists frowned. It was the two commanders who had sent the Lai brothers flying with one move. What did it have to do with Master Yunshao? Zhu Lei turned around and gave Yunshao a look of suspicion. If Yunshao had done them a favor, they would have sensed it. But if he had not, he could not have sent the Lai brothers flying with one move. What was going on? Everyone was confused, but their speed did not slow down. Instead, they ran even faster. A sharp screech suddenly came from far ahead. It was like an eagle soaring through the sky, piercing through the vast sky and reverberating in the sky above Soft Song Forest. It's Brother Huo Jian. Hai Lin heard the shrieking sound and shouted excitedly. Zhu Lei was also overjoyed. That's right. It's Lord Huijian. Hearing this voice, it would arrive in a moment. Let's go, we'll be safe soon. Yun Xiao looked up and said indifferently. Is it safe now? I don't think so. What do you mean? Hai Lin frowned and asked. Big brother Yun Xiao, what do you mean? Suddenly, a cold and old voice sounded in the air. You killed the members of my Storm mercenary group, and you still want to leave? All of you can stay. Great lightning palm. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound came from above everyone, followed by a ray of light shooting into the sky. It spread out in an instant and actually formed a large number of jumping electric arcs. With a crackling sound, they flickered non-stop. In the end, they gradually condensed together and fell down with a loud bang. At this moment, the whole world was covered in blue lightning. The expressions of the newbie mercenary group members were filled with despair and anger. Every time he fell into despair, he would miraculously survive. Victory was right in front of their eyes, but such a large thunderbolt palm suddenly appeared. Everyone knew whose move it was, and their hearts sank. The vice-captain of the third team of the Rainstorm mercenary group Xian, a genuine martial emperor powerhouse. At that moment, even Yun Xiao's face turned solemn. If he was alone, he would naturally not care about this palm. However, it would be extremely difficult to protect everyone from such a thunderous palm print and not reveal his strength. 24 moonlit bridges. Yun Xiao sighed softly. One after another, white light balls began to emerge from his body and swim around. Soon, they formed into beams of light behind him and shot out like a bright moon, while 24 white beams of light streaked across the sky. This is a Xianxia. Zhu Lei was greatly shocked and cried out, Divine body phenomenon. Master Yun Xiao actually has a divine body. The thunderbolt palm landed on the 24 beams of white light and exploded. A dazzling golden light spread out, piercing everyone's eyes and causing them to close their eyes tightly. An old man appeared in the air. His eyes were filled with shock as he muttered to himself in shock. What is this light? You actually managed to withstand the might of my palm. TSK. You're just a one-star martial emperor. Do you want to destroy the world with a single palm strike? A mocking voice came from the side of the old man. He was shocked and raised his head in horror. He instantly saw a pair of bright red eyes and his mind buzzed. Not good. It's a spiritual attack. He lost consciousness in an instant, but that was enough. Yun Xiao rushed over, grabbed him, and pulled him into the Divine Realm tablet. Fortunately, the two of them were close to each other, and the other party was hit by his spiritual attack without being aware of it, just like when he was fighting Yu Jilin. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. His move had succeeded, and he immediately felt relieved. He immediately rushed down. If this move failed, it would be troublesome to subdue the other party. The entire process only took an instant. The lightning gradually dissipated and everyone slowly opened their eyes. They saw nothing but silence, and the old man had disappeared. Huijian, who was flying over from the distance, saw the flashing lightning in front of him and became anxious. He roared again and again. Old Monster Chu, if you dare to hurt young Master Hai Lin, I'll kill your entire family. After the flash of lightning, the area in front of them suddenly settled down. Huijian's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, he had reached it. Swish! He almost couldn't stop in the air. After sliding for dozens of meters, he turned around and said in shock, Everyone is fine? Wasn't that old Monster Chu's thunderbolt palm just now? Zhu Lei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His face pale as he said, Lord Huijian, were you the one who chased away old Monster Chu? Huijian frowned. He stood high in the sky and spread out his divine sense. There was no aura of a master in the surrounding area. He muttered to himself, What's going on? Even if they were to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape so quickly. Besides, this is the territory of the east side of the city. Why would they run? Hongyu laughed and said, Lord Huijian, you're so mighty. That old monster Chu must have sensed your aura from far away. He must have escaped. The rest of the warriors also regained their color, rejoicing and praising loudly. Huijian frowned but didn't say anything. Suddenly, he saw the people in the carriage and his eyes lit up. Zhu Lei, where did you get these two? Our regiment commander will definitely reward you handsomely. After he finished speaking, the faces of the entire rookie mercenary group turned white with a swish, and large beads of sweat rolled down their faces. Whoosh! The little green demon broke through the air and turned into an arrow. Its trajectory was unclear, and then a dazzling arrow of light shot into the sky. Huijian's pupils shrank as he was greatly shocked. However, he was still a martial royal realm expert, so he was not flustered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the little green demoness. At the same time, he opened up a defensive barrier and covered himself. Boom! The arrows of flowing light crashed into his defenses and exploded one by one. The frenzied power spread in the air, and it seemed to be even stronger than the one that had killed He Dexing. Huijian's heart trembled. He felt that the defense he had casually opened up was about to be broken. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his hand. The little green demon had bitten him and bit off a large piece of flesh. He was in pain and threw it off. He was shocked when he saw his wound. The little green monster was a sixth-order monster beast. Although its attack power was not strong, its level was still there. It was not easy to mess with. Moreover, after Yunxiao extracted one of his souls and one of his spirit, he had been completely tamed by Yunxiang, and his mind and spirit were almost one. Who are you people? Huijian was shocked and no longer dared to speak nonsense. Instead, he asked cautiously, Huijian, don't be rude. Hai Lin hurriedly explained. These two sisters are big brother Yunxiao's confidants. He still had deep doubts in his heart. Yunxiao was sitting right next to him, and although he could not open his eyes under the lightning, he could clearly feel the weight beside him lighten, as if Yunxiao had been away for a while. He suspected that Yunxiao was behind old Monster Chu's disappearance, but he was a real martial emperor, so how could he have disappeared in an instant? All of them couldn't understand. Female confidant? Huijian was taken aback, and only then did he see that there was a fourth person in the carriage. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that the fourth person was only a 3-stars martial king, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, he was also an experienced person and did not show any disdain or contempt. Instead, he walked down from the sky and laughed. Ha! Brother, are these your girlfriends? From the first time I saw your two girlfriends, I decided to be friends with them. Ding Ling and Yunxiang were both furious and ashamed. They were about to attack, but Yunxiao stopped them. He raised his head indifferently and looked over. He asked softly, What did you just say? For some reason, Huijian's heart tightened. When he met Yunxiao's eyes, he suddenly had a feeling that he did not dare to look straight at him, and he wanted to avoid them. He was a 2-stars martial emperor. How could this happen? He felt indignant and forced himself to focus his gaze on her. Boom! Huijian's head suddenly ached, and he instantly lost consciousness, but he quickly recovered. Although it was only for a moment, for a master like him, he naturally understood the horror of this moment. His face turned pale with horror as he stammered, You? Who are you? Yunxiao's eyes had returned to normal at this moment, and he said indifferently, I don't like it when people joke about my friend. And next time, even Xiaohuang Hao Lian won't be able to save you. I hope you can carry on my words, he said to Hai Lin. I don't want to cause any unhappiness. When Hai Lin saw that Yunxiao seemed to be angry, he hurriedly explained, This is Li Yunxiao, a 5th-tier great alchemist. Huijian, come over and apologize to Master Yunxiao. A 5th-tier great alchemist? I see. Huijian's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. Although a 5th-tier alchemist had a high status, he was a martial emperor after all. It would be difficult for him to apologize, so he stood there in silence. There's no need for an apology, Yunxiao said indifferently. Just pay attention to this in the future. Let's hurry up and leave this place, or else the Storm mercenary group will send more people. It is. Zhu Lei hurriedly came out to smooth things over and diverted the attention. He said, "Everyone, hurry up and leave. We'll be safe once we leave the east side of the city." The group of people immediately sped up, but their hearts were a little more at ease. With Huijian here, there was basically no problem. Although there were many martial honors in the three great mercenary groups, those old monsters were usually in closed-door cultivation. Unless the mercenary group was in a life-and-death crisis, it was rare to see them. Huijian was a little embarrassed as he leaned over and said, "Was the disappearance of Old Monster Chu caused by Master Yunxiao?" Hai Lin was also taken aback as he looked at Yunxiao. It turned out that he was not the only one who had this feeling. Huijian seemed to have noticed something as well. Yunxiao. Yunxiao gave him a look and said, "Think about it yourself." This time, he simply put on an enigmatic expression, which made Huijian and Hai Lin stunned for a moment, and then they smiled bitterly. Even though he had this feeling, he could not help but shake his head when he thought about the difference in strength between the two of them. Soon, a large number of members from the rookie mercenary group arrived. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way and directly entered the northern part of the city. Huijian also secretly sent a voice transmission to the others, telling them that no one was allowed to joke with Ding Ling and Yunxiang. This was not only out of respect for Yunxiao, but also for the sake of all the members of the rookie mercenary group. The strength of these two girls could probably kill most of the members of the group in an instant. When a bloody case happened, it would not be good for them to fall out with each other. The north of the city was as big as the east. It was almost a city of its own. However, the situation inside was similar to the east of the city. The pedestrians, hawkers, and beggars on the road were almost all martial artists with reserved auras. From time to time, they would reveal fierce looks. Obviously, they were not good people. The group soon came to a series of tall buildings. It was very noisy inside, and there were even children running around. "We're here. This is the base of our rookie mercenary group." Zhu Lei turned around and smiled. "We're finally home. We also welcome Master Yunxiao and the two young ladies to the rookie mercenary group." The group of martial artists all cheered as the carriage began to move in. Although Hai Lin didn't like the bandit group atmosphere, it was still very warm. He quickly said, "Quickly prepare the cleanest and best guest rooms for Big Brother Yunxiao and the two big sisters." "Sure, one or a few?" Huijian replied. After he finished speaking, he felt two waves of murderous intent and immediately ran away. He said hurriedly, I understand. "Thank you, Brother Yunxiao," Hai Lin said, wiping his cold sweat. "You must be tired. Take a rest." Yunxiao nodded. He had already spread out his divine sense, and the situation of the entire base was under his control. There were indeed a few powerful auras hidden in the base, but he did not dare to probe too deeply. He was afraid that they were the martial honors. He was brought to a guest room. Compared to the rough structure and various kinds of fierce people outside, the layout of this room was too elegant and delicate. As soon as he entered, he saw a pink landscape painting. In the center of the room was a spring painting of a group of women bathing, emitting a trace of decadent air. There were vases on both sides that were half the height of a person. They were exactly the same, decorated with plum blossoms. From the decorations, this room must have been decorated by someone with great taste. After admiring it for a while, Yunxiao began to sit quietly and sent his mind into the Divine Realm tablet. Old Monster Chu had long since been beaten into submission. He was covered in blood and wailed on the ground. From time to time, there were still electric arcs flashing on his body. This injury?" Yunxiao looked at it and said with a smile, "Is it you, Jeline? Hehe. You two are both rare thunder element warriors. You must have learned a lot from sparring, right?" Old Monster Chu saw that it was him and was so frightened that he jumped up and shouted, "Who are you people? What was this place?" "I'm a member of the Storm Mercenary Group, and our leader is Yingying. It seems that you haven't been beaten enough." Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "I'll come back when I'm done." With a wave of his hand, his figure gradually disappeared from his sight. Old Monster Chu's pupils constricted. At the place where Yunxiao had been standing, there was a rock. but now it was gradually melting and slowly piling up to form a stone monster. 2 black dots were approaching him step by step, their eyes shining with a dark light. Xianxiao's soul form disappeared in front of Hidexing, and in the next moment, he reappeared in another place. 2 men, who were also badly wounded, were lying on the ground. They were Gu Yuesheng and Situ Heng. As for his other subordinates, they had already turned into ashes. Although the 2 of them were in a sorry state, they did not seem to be in such a bad state. Gu Yuesheng had also recovered. However, there was a huge lump in his left eye that was difficult to get rid of in a short time. "Who exactly are you?" he asked with a dark expression. "What is this place? Why is everyone asking the same question?" Xianxia laughed. "Why? You don't need to know these things because you won't be able to get out in a short time. The spiritual energy in this place is comparable to the outside world, so you too can stay here and enjoy your time." "Where did you get this eye of the immemorial heaven's eye?" Gu Yuesheng's expression changed. He quickly covered his left eye and became alert. He said angrily, "Don't even think about touching my eyes. Hee, you really think you're a big shot." "That thing is forcibly implanted into your body," Xianxia said disdainfully. "You can't fuse with it at all. Every time you use it, the damage to your body is almost permanent. The damage will accumulate and eventually kill you." Gu Yuesheng's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that he had hit his weak spot, but he still insisted, "Humph, I'm a genius. I'll find a solution in the future." Xianxia nodded with a smile and said, "I hope you're not dead before you find a way. I know an alchemist who likes to do this kind of thing the most." He transplanted the organs of some cats and dogs into his body, taking the advantages of various demon beasts and fusing them into his body, but he still failed in the end. "You can't be that person's disciple, right?" Gu Yuesheng's heart was really shaken this time. There was fear in his eyes as he said, "You? Who are you?" "I see," Xianxia said. "So he's not dead yet. He was still doing these boring things. I think he's only using you as a test subject when he tried to fuse the ancient divine eye with you." Gu Yuesheng's face was pale and he looked dejected. He suddenly shouted, "You don't need to care about my business." Xianxia nodded and ignored him. Instead, he turned to Situ Heng and said, "You're from the skeleton mercenary group, right? I don't want to know about the personal grudges between your mercenary groups. First, why did you capture Hailin? Is that Mr. Yu you mentioned trying to refine his bloodline power? Second, how do I enter the ancient baron's land?" Situ Heng's face turned pale as he cried out, "You're going to the ancient barons?" "You don't have to ask questions," Xianxia said. "Just answer them. I don't know how to get to the ancient barons either. As for why Mr. Yu wants Hailin's body, I don't know either," Situ Heng said dejectedly. Xianxia believed her. He frowned and said, "Then tell me, who is this Mr. Yu?" Situ Heng was silent. It was obvious that he was not willing to speak. Xianxia smiled. "I hate it the most when I encounter a tough bone during an interrogation. It will take me a lot of effort." Situ Heng seemed to be extremely calm. He looked at him indifferently and said, "Just kill me. I'll die anyway." "Oh, what if I can save your life?" Xianxia asked. Situ Heng looked at him with contempt and laughed sarcastically. "Haha, who do you think you are? You're invincible just because you have the help of a martial emperor? You still want to save my life? Let me tell you, Mr. Yu is an honored guest of the skeleton mercenaries. Even the leader has to be respectful to him." "I understand," Xianxia said with a smile. "Only an alchemist could make a peak martial venerable respect him, besides a martial emperor. I'm guessing that Mr. Yu's art of divination is at level 7. Situ Heng's expression changed drastically. He immediately shut his mouth and revealed an anxious expression. He didn't expect the other party to be so intelligent, able to deduce so much information with just a few words. However, there was still a hint of contempt in his eyes. Xianxia caught the information in an instant. He smiled and said, "I can confirm it now, that Mr. Yu is undoubtedly an 8th-tier alchemist. If he were a 9th-tier alchemist, there would be no need for him to come to the Gentle Song Forest in person." Situ Heng's eyes revealed a look of shock. His face was ashen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The other party could not only rely on his words, but also make such an accurate prediction with a look. Is this still a teenager? Don't tell me you're an old monster who has taken over this body? Gu Yuexing was also surprised. The possession technique only exists in theory, Xianxia said with a smile. In today's heavenly martial realm, even if you can successfully possess someone, you can't maintain it for too long, and it will damage your soul greatly. You can't do it a second time. This Ingluo, you even know about this? Gu Yuexing was completely speechless. He had always thought that he was a genius in alchemy, but compared to the person in front of him, he realized that he was really nothing. His original pride was instantly crushed and completely obliterated. All right, I don't have anything to ask you for now. I will figure out how to get to the ancient barons. You can stay here in peace, maybe for a year or two, maybe for the rest of your lives. After saying that, Xianxia smiled and gradually disappeared in front of the two. A lifetime of regret. The two of them widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. After his divine sense returned to his body, Xianxia opened his eyes slightly and asked suspiciously, I've only heard that the ancient baron's intersection is in the Light Song Forest. Is there some other secret? Just as he was thinking, the door was pushed open with a creak. Zhu Lei walked in and said, Master Xianxia, our vice-captain would like to see you. Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly. Zhu Lei looked at him with a strange expression, as if something had happened. However, he was bold because of his skills. Even if the sky fell, he didn't care. He said, Left Commander, please lead the way. The two of them, one in front and one behind, went through a few corridors. The headquarters of this rookie mercenary group was huge, but the design was very delicate. Master Xianxia, Zhu Lei suddenly asked, Do you want to join our rookie mercenary group? What? Xianxia was taken aback. Why do you ask? He asked with a smile. Zhu Lei was silent for a moment before he said, The deputy commander will definitely ask this question later. Master Xianxia, you should think about it carefully. Xianxia frowned as he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at a spacious hall. It was empty inside except for a man who had his back to the door. He was looking at a star map hanging in the front hall, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Lei made an inviting gesture and left without a word. Xianxia stepped into it and swept his divine sense over it slightly, not daring to probe too deeply. The aura that was contained and faintly discernible had already proved that the man in front of him was definitely a martial supreme. The middle-aged man turned around and gave Xianxia a glance. His pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, You are Li Xianxia, the fifth-tier alchemist? Xianxia smiled and walked to a chair next to him. After sitting down alone, he crossed his legs and said, You're the vice-leader of Noob Mercenary Group. Hai Beifei? Hai Beifei's mouth was wide open in shock. He had never seen a young man who dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Even his beloved son, Hai Lin, was well-disciplined and did not dare to be rude in front of him. Hee, young man, you're very courageous. I heard from Lin that it's all thanks to you along the way. Otherwise, they might have been completely annihilated. When Hai Beifei thought of the fact that this man had saved his son and subordinates, and that he was also a fifth-tier alchemist, he decided to let it go. He said softly, Master Xianxia is so young, but he already has such extraordinary strength. May I know which force you belong to? He began to test the waters. It's just a small city in the southern region, Xianxia said with a smile. It's just a small city. Hai Beifei frowned and said, The southern region? There aren't any big sects in the southern region, but the opening of Mount Meru has caused quite a stir recently. I heard that 2 titled martial sovereigns have arrived. Is that true? I'm not interested in these gossips, Xianxia said. But it should be true that 2 titled martial sovereigns have come. Hai Beifei's brows furrowed. This child looked like he was only 15 years old, but his words gave off a sense of flawlessness. After a few more words, he did not get any useful information. He said dejectedly, I can't believe that a talent like Master Xianxia can be born in the southern region. Even if there are many powerful sects on the mainland, they are only mediocre. Yunxiao picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and said with a smile, I think young Master Hai Lin is quite talented. Hai Beifei's eyes lit up as if he had found his target. He sighed. It's a pity that this child's physique is too weak. Master Yunxiao also knows that his blood is weak. AI! He let out another long sigh. Yunxiao laughed in his heart. This Hai Beifei must have something to ask him. But he refused to take the initiative and was waiting for him to fall into his trap. As such, he pretended to be distressed and sympathetic as he drank several sips of fragrant tea. Hai Beifei's eyes swept over him a few times, intentionally or otherwise. He could not help but curse in his heart. I see that you're drinking tea very happily, and there's no trace of grief or sympathy at all. If I had known earlier, I would have given you the trashiest tea leaves to drink, and you would have died from it. However, he still revealed a sad expression on his face and said, Master Yunxiao, a master once examined Liner and left behind a treatment method, can help him recover. AI! It was another long sigh, as if it was trying to move Yunxiao so that he would not play dumb and only drink tea again. Hai Beifei had even secretly used his yuan qi to contain his sigh, which was enough to shake people's minds. Yunxiao was no longer silent. He slowly picked up the teacup with both hands and handed it to Hai Beifei, saying, Vice Captain, we've finished our tea. Hai Beifei. Hee. Flower, flower. He shouted twice, and a strong woman with a face full of stubble ran in and said in a rough voice, Captain Hai, what's the matter? Hai Beifei pointed at Yunxiao and said, The guest's tea is gone. Why aren't you changing the tea? Yes. The stubbled woman turned to clean up Yunxiao's teacup and kept apologizing. Customer. I'm so sorry. In order to express her apology, she even winked at Yunxiao, which shocked him so much that he shivered as if a powerful spiritual attack had rushed into his mind. I'm fine. Remember to get the best tea leaves, the ones that little San bought yesterday, Hai Beifei said with a smile. The 500 caddies of big leaf tea that third brother spent 10 silver coins to buy yesterday? Are you? Hua asked, surprised. Cough, cough. Hai Beifei coughed a few times and said angrily, What 10 silver coins for 500 jin? Do you believe that I will kill you with one palm? That's 1 billion yuan. Hurry up and go. Yes. Ru Hua jumped in fright and ran out. Yunxiao also smiled awkwardly and said, The maid of a newbie mercenary group is really special. Hee. It's already good enough to find such an old green onion in such a godforsaken place like the Light Song Forest, Hai Beifei said with a smile. Yunxiao's face darkened. Your group's tea leaves are also very strange, he said. Hai Beifei was also a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, This servant doesn't know how to speak and has not seen the world. How could she possibly know about a large leaf tea that costs more than 1 billion gold coins? He changed his tone and sighed. I pity my Liner. Back then, an expert left behind a treatment method. It's just that he hasn't had the chance to do so for so many years. Yunxiao stood up and said with a solemn look, my memory. Captain Hai. I suddenly remembered that I still have some important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Hey, don't go. Hai Beifei quickly stopped him and said, This is the base of a rookie mercenary group. What important matter could Master Yunxiao have? Let's chat a little longer. Yunxiao gave him a lazy look and said, I don't have the mood to drink your group's big leaf tea. Xiao Huan. Take out my precious snow treasure. Hai Beifei laughed and shouted. A small and delicate girl ran over, nodded repeatedly, and went down again. Soon, a pot of tea leaves that emitted a refreshing fragrance was made. After taking a bite, Yunxiao finally looked satisfied. Hai Beifei smiled and said, Master Yunxiao, how is it? This is my precious snow treasure. I can't even bear to drink it. Is it true? Yunxiao did not comment. Did Captain Hai really call me here to drink tea? Only then did Hai Beifei's smile gradually disappear. He sighed and said, Master Yunxiao, are you willing to join my rookie mercenary group? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. After all this nonsense, they were finally getting to the point. Why do you want me to join? Hai Beifei's eyes gradually focused as he slowly said, although the Light Song Forest is nothing in the realm of heavenly martial arts, it is still a powerful force. There are countless death warriors and murderers. Even the real major forces would not dare to provoke us. If Grandmaster Yunxiao is willing to join my team, I can give you the position of team leader. Their status was even higher than the sect leaders of ordinary sects. In our rookie mercenary group, other than Commander Hao Lian and me, there are only 7 company leaders. And you, Master Yunxiao, can be the 8th, as the place where the villains of the heavenly martial arts realm roamed. The Light Song Forest had countless underground transactions, and the profits were astonishingly huge. No one knew how deep the foundations of the 3 mercenary groups were. However, one thing was for sure, even the sects with martial sovereigns would not dare to provoke them easily. The position of a brigade leader under the regiment commander was already frighteningly high. But who was Yunxiao? How could he be interested in this? You're giving me such a benefit, Yunxiao said indifferently. What are your conditions? Hai Beifei said bluntly. There are some scattered alchemists in the rookie mercenary group, but they are difficult to manage. Commander Hao Lian had always wanted to set up a special team of alchemists and make it the 8th team. Master Yunxiao may be young, but as a 5th-tier alchemist, he is enough to convince the public. Master Yunxiao. His eyes narrowed as he said, more importantly, Master Yunxiao has the ability to save my son. Oh? I can save Brother Hailin? Yunxiao looked curious. Not bad. Hai Beifei's expression was very serious as he stared at Yunxiao and said, because Master Yunxiao has a divine body. The method left by that expert back then was to extract the power of the divine body to suppress the bloodline in my son's body. However, if that was the case, the person with the divine body would lose all his cultivation and become an ordinary person. All these years, I've been constantly looking for people with divine bodies, but I've returned with no success. Although the realm of heavenly martial arts is huge, there are only a few people who have a divine body. Yunxiao's face turned cold, and the air around him seemed to suddenly drop. You know that my cultivation will be crippled if you extract the power of my divine body. So why are you still talking to me about this? You're the only chance I've ever had in all these years. Lin Er's bloodline power is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid he won't be able to control it for long. Master Yunxiao, don't you think that you're sent by heaven to save Lin Er? If you hadn't saved everyone's lives, I wouldn't have talked so much with you and promised you such benefits. Ha ha ha! Yunxiao laughed in anger. Do you mean that if I hadn't saved Hailin and the others, you would have caught me and extracted the power of my divine body? Hai Beifei did not deny it and said, Master Yunxiao, you can consider it carefully. Even though his divine body was crippled, it didn't have much of an impact on his art. By then, I'll do my best to help Master Yunxiao improve his art of Tao. Even if he enters the sea of soul formation in the future, there's still hope. Yunxiao's eyes grew colder as he said, what if I don't agree? Hai Beifei sighed and said, Master Yunxiao, don't force me. Lin Er is naturally kind. He sees you as a big brother and a friend. He even quarreled with me over this matter just now. But I got someone to suppress him. If he isn't willing, he will resist with all his might. Yunxiao's face looked a little better when he heard Hailin's words. He sneered and said, I really want to know. What will happen if we force Captain Hai? A cold aura emanated from his body. He was like a pine tree that stood proudly under 1,000-year-old ice, peerless in the world. Even if he was facing a martial honor, he was not afraid at all. Hai Beifei was intimidated by his imposing manner. His heart trembled and his eyes flickered with a touch of shock. A mere martial king exuded an aura that even he was shocked by. Not even the peak martial honor young Emperor Hao Lian had such a feeling of being the sovereign of the world. This Kasaya Hai Beifei fell silent. Such an elegant young man with a special physique would have a bright future. However, when he thought of his own name, Hai Lin, his eyes flashed with determination. Then, I can only control Master Yunxiao and extract it by force. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with fierceness. Even when he was facing the constellation Martial Emperor in Yanwu, he did not back down. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took a step forward. His aura pressed forward as he said sternly, "I really want to see it." Hai Beifei was slightly angry. This young man really didn't know what was good for him. Although he had an extraordinary bearing, he had a kind of ignorant and arrogant attitude. Without another word, he grabbed down with his palm, determined to teach the other party a lesson. 2-star Martial Supreme. The moment he made his move, Yunxiao immediately judged that his strength was 1 star lower than Qifeng's. Even so, it was not something he could contend with. He conjured a spell with one hand, and the mark of a fire cloud flashed between his brows. A little true phoenix fire gradually appeared and condensed into a shadow that was gradually becoming real and illusory, burning toward his palm. "Humph! You want to hurt me with a mere demonic flame? What an arrogant and ignorant demonic flame phantom." Hai Beifei revealed a trace of arrogance and disdain as he clenched his fingers. An inexplicable aura spread out. It was the domain of a martial honor. In this world, he was the only one. Although the other party was merely a martial king, using the power of his domain was making a mountain out of a molehill. His plan was to intimidate the other party with his first move and make him feel powerless. He wanted the other party to completely submit to his might. That way, the rest would be much easier to handle. But reality often turned out contrary to one's wishes. Just as he was about to extinguish the flame with a claw, the domain in his palm slammed into the flame phantom and it retreated rapidly, as if it was burning and constantly disappearing. His face changed greatly and he quickly withdrew his hand. The flaming shadow seemed to be invincible and quickly caught up with him, burning all kinds of forces emitted from his hand and gradually disappearing. What kind of flame is this? Hai Beifei finally turned pale with fright, and the shock in his eyes could not be any greater. It was just a flame that was neither real nor fake. It had not even revealed its real body, but it could burn down the domain of a martial supreme. How could such a thing exist in the world? The fiery cloud between Yunxiao's eyebrows flickered and disappeared. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of soul power, and his face was slightly pale as he said coldly and arrogantly, "It's just a mere demonic flame." Hai Beifei's heart felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on it, and his face became gloomy. Not only was he a 5th-tier alchemist at the age of 15, but he was also a 3-star martial king with a divine body and a flame that was never heard of. This kid might have a huge background. No wonder he had always been so arrogant. He did not even put himself a martial honor in his eyes. It must be because of his background that martial honors were also used to it. Moreover, this was the most sensitive time for a rookie mercenary group. All kinds of situations could happen at any time, so he didn't dare to cause trouble. Hai Beifei was frozen in place for a moment, unable to make a decision. "Captain Hai," Yunxiao said coldly. "That's all I can see?" Hai Beifei snorted coldly. He was slightly angry, but he did not dare to attack rashly. Instead, he asked, "Master Yunxiao, may I know why you've come to the Lightsong Woodland?" Yunxiao frowned as he thought of the purpose of his trip. It was very likely that he had to rely on the rookie mercenary group for the matters in the ancient desolate land. Moreover, this group was established by his disciple, so it was not good to make things too awkward with them. "I'm going to the ancient barons?" "The ancient barons' land?" Hai Beifei's face was filled with shock, and he immediately fell silent. "Is there a problem?" Yunxiao asked suspiciously. "What's the problem?" Hai Beifei looked puzzled and said, "The ancient barons is a desert with no birds or people. Moreover, there were immemorial astral winds, which were extremely dangerous. Even a 9 heavens martial emperor powerhouse would be very afraid of them. I wonder why Master Yunxiao went in? Could it be to gain experience?" Yunxiao was overjoyed when he heard that. His purpose in coming to the Gentle Song Forest was to collect the immemorial astral wind and open the wind territory in the Divine Realm Tablet. At first, he wasn't too sure if the astral winds really existed in the ancient Baron's land. Now, it seemed like it was true. Secondly, he also wanted to see his own disciple. That's right. I'm doing it for the experience. Yunxiao nodded with a happy look on his face. Hai Beifei frowned. There are indeed many experts who like to go to that place for training. However, with Master Yunxiao's cultivation base, he's still a little hesitant. His meaning was clear: you're not qualified enough. You don't have to worry about that, Commander Hai, Yunxiao said with a smile. By the way, I want to ask if Regiment Commander Hao Lian is here. For some reason, Hai Beifei's expression suddenly changed, and a fierce look emanated from his body. His eyes, which had been as calm as water a moment ago, suddenly turned sharp as he stared at Yunxiao and said, "What do you mean by asking about Commander Hao Lian's condition?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat under his gaze. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hai Beifei's face gradually turned cold. He snorted and said, "Aren't there rumors going around that Commander Tong has failed to break through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme and has already passed away? During this period of time, a lot of people have been knocking left and right trying to get information from me. Humph, they're all a bunch of rascals. I can tell you with certainty that Commander Hao Lian is doing very well right now, and his progress in breaking through to the rank of Marshal Supreme is also very smooth. He'll be able to come out of seclusion soon. You don't need to ask where he's in seclusion." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Breaking through to the Marshal Supreme realm was the biggest hurdle in the martial Dao. One needed all three factors to have a chance of successfully breaking through. It was impossible for Hai Beifei to know whether the breakthrough was going well. All of this was just an excuse. However, it also showed that he was also very uncertain, which was why he was so sensitive and avoided others asking about this. Did something really happen to Xiaohuang? He started to get anxious, but it would be pointless to continue asking. Not to mention that Hai Beifei might not know anything. Even if he knew, he would not say anything and would even think that he was a spy or something. "Captain Hai, please tell me how to get to the Ancient Barrens." Hai Beifei chuckled and said, "Although everyone knows that the entrance to the Ancient Barrens is in the Gentle Song Forest, there are less than 10 people in the entire forest who know how to get there, and I'm one of them. Moreover, even if he knew, Master Yunxiao would not be able to enter without the help of a rookie mercenary group. So Ingluo, Master can consider the conditions I mentioned earlier. I'm going to the Ancient Barrens to gain experience." Yunxiao could not help but curse. If my divine body's power is extracted and my martial arts are crippled, what's the point of me going there? "There's a way to solve Brother Hailin's condition," he said. "I know more than 3 ways to do it, other than extracting the power of the divine body." "Which 3? Hai Beifei's pupils shrank as he asked anxiously. "2 of them are not likely to be realized," Yunxiao said. "For Captain Hai, the most reliable way is to extract the wood essence from the ancient evergreen tree, which is enough to suppress the bloodline of the primitive Kuan cow in Brother Hailin's body. Then, I'll use all kinds of methods to raise his strength to the martial ancestor realm. After that, the power of the bloodline of the Baron Kuan cow will not only not be a burden, but it will also be an extremely powerful force that can be used." Ancient evergreen tree swan and I, Hai Beifei's face revealed a look of great joy, but then his expression turned extremely strange. He said, "Does Grandmaster Yunxiao know where the ancient evergreen tree is?" "Not in the Demon Land?" Yunxiao frowned. "I thought I was in the Demon Land? Captain Hai should know better than me, right?" Hai Beifei forced a smile and said, "It's indeed on the Demon Plains, but the eternal evergreen tree has existed since the birth of the heaven and earth. It's said that it has already developed a spirit and can move freely. The people who had seen this number in the past were all in different places, and they were very far apart. It'll be extremely difficult to find them." "That's your business, Captain Hai," Yunxiao said leisurely. "It has nothing to do with me whether I can find it or not." Hai Beifei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Whether we can find the ancient evergreen tree or not is also closely related to Master Yunxiao." Yunxiao's eyes grew cold as he snorted and said, "If you can't find it, are you going to draw my Shen power?" Hai Beifei blushed and shook his head. "You're wrong, Master Yunxiao. It's because the ancient evergreen tree is the only way to the ancient desolate land." "What?" Yun Xiao jumped to his feet in shock and said, "The ancient baron's land is actually going in from there? How is that possible?" Hai Beifei said seriously, "Where do you think the ancient barons are, Master Yun Xiao? That place is not in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's in the outer space." He pointed upwards. "Only the ancient evergreen tree has existed since the creation of the world. It is the only path to the starry sky." Yun Xiao's face froze as he muttered, "In that case, it's indeed not something that can be entered just because you want to. Is there any news of the ancient evergreen tree?" Hai Beifei shook his head and said, "The demon land is very vast. The ancient evergreen tree can run on its own. It won't be easy to find it. Usually, it would take a few years or even a dozen years for news to spread. However, since we have the same goal this time, I'll definitely use all my strength and put up a reward to find this divine tree." "Thank you, Captain Hai," Yun Xiao nodded. "If you can let me enter the ancient primordial land, I'll take care of Brother Hai Lin's problem." "I'll give the order and issue the reward right away," Hai Beifei said. He strode out and suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled. "Master Yun Xiao, even if we search with all our might, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it in a short time. During this period of time, you will be the captain of the noob mercenary group's 8th team." There were hundreds of mercenary groups in the forest, but they were all organized in the same way. The regimental commander and the deputy regimental commander would set up various teams, and the team leader would be in charge. Each team had many small commanders under them. The captain of a newbie mercenary group was an influential figure in the Lightsong Forest. Huijian was a martial emperor, but he was only the vice-captain of the first team. "The 8th team, huh?" Accompanied by Hai Lin, Yun Xiao rode slowly on his dragon horse for more than an hour before he arrived. Everyone got off the carriage and saw an exquisite row of courtyards. "This is already the territory of the west of the city," Hai Lin said with a smile. "This small courtyard is the property of our rookie mercenary group, and all the alchemists live in it. Young Master Yun, as a 5th-tier great alchemist, you will be very popular." Yun Xiao looked around. The small courtyard was located in a very prosperous area, and after he got out of the car, he felt a slight jolt in his heart, as if he had sensed the aura of yang fire coming from under the earth. Behind him, Zhu Lei muttered with a strange expression, "Not necessarily. These alchemists are all extremely arrogant, and no one can control them. I'm afraid Lord Binjie will have a headache and can't sleep all day." Binjie was the temporary captain of the 8th team. Yun Xiao turned to look at Yun Shang and said, "Teacher Yun Shang, do you feel anything special?" "So, young Master Yun has felt it." Yun Shang frowned. "I just feel an extremely hot aura stirring my body, and my qi and blood are a little agitated." "That's right," Yun Xiao said. "I see. This place is a place of extreme yang. No wonder alchemists are gathered here." Zhu Lei's face was filled with shock as he said, "Master Yun Xiao, you can even feel this?" "Master Yun Xiao, you're really a master," said Hai Lin enviously. "Regiment Commander Hao Lian personally chose this place, saying that there's a fire dragon dormant underground that can provide an endless stream of yang fire, which can be used for artifact refining and pill refining to yield twice the result with half the effort. The so-called dormant fire dragon should be referring to the earth vein," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "This place is indeed excellent." The group walked into the largest courtyard and saw an old man with messy hair knocking his head as he muttered to himself, "What's going on? I've added the starry sky cold iron and the 1,000-year ice and snow into the class 5 water sword. Why can't it advance? Why? Why is that so?" The old man kept grabbing his hair, as if he was in extreme pain. His eyes were red and swollen, and it was obvious that he had not slept for a long time. Hai Lin was surprised and quickly said, "Master Lu!" The old man didn't notice their arrival at all, and he turned a deaf ear to Hai Lin's shouts. He just kept scratching his hair until it was almost completely gone. Yun Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Although the starry sky cold iron is super water-based, it is a metal elemental treasure. Can be contained without being exposed. When you are upgrading the profound armament, you will inevitably fuse the attributes contained within it and destroy the balance of various attributes. In the end, the failure of the upgrade is also a matter of course. Ah! The old man instantly shouted. His mouth was wide open as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there, stunned and motionless. However, his turbid and bloodshot eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The old man suddenly jumped up and clapped his hands. He laughed and said, "I finally understand. Haha, I see, I see." He laughed wildly and ran away, disappearing without a trace. "Zhenjin, Master Yunxiao, will Master Lu be all right?" "It's all right," Yunxiang said with a smile. "Most alchemists look like this." She was also a practitioner of both martial arts and alchemy, but she had never taken the test again after she had been promoted to a first-tier alchemist. However, she was confident that she could pass the second rank smoothly. However, this did not seem to have much meaning. The only thing she wanted now was to quickly improve her strength and not become a burden to the lord in front of her. Zhu Lei gave Yunxiao a surprised look and said, "Master Lu is also at the 5th rank. You are also at the 5th rank. How did you solve the difficult problem that has been bothering him so easily?" "There are specializations in every field," Yunxiao said. "I just happened to read about that Lao AI in a book." "What a coincidence." Hai Lin praised. "Master Yunxiao is amazing. Master Lu is the only 5th-tier alchemist here." Originally, Commander Hao Lian wanted Master Lu to be the captain of the 8th team, but he refused. "People like him spend all their time in alchemy," Ding Ling said with a smile. "They don't have the time to care about these things." Master Lu, I've brought all the ancient books here." Suddenly, a shout came from inside. A man rushed out with all kinds of books that were more than 2 meters tall. He turned around and looked around. Where's Master Lu?" "Sir Bin." When Zhu Lei saw the person's appearance, he was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to help him put down the book in his hand. Bin Jie's body was covered in dust, and he looked as if he had rolled on the ground a few times. He said in surprise, "Sir Bin, you?" Bin Jie smiled bitterly and said, "So it's you guys. Where's Master Lu?" "He told me to find all the alchemy books in the Lightsong Forest. I haven't slept for days." "Why?" Yunxiao frowned. "It's so hard to serve these people?" Bin Jie said in pain. "It's not just hard work. It's simply painful. Damn it. Whoever becomes the captain is a fucking bastard." "Young Master Hai Lin, when will you be able to find a fool to take over my position?" He raised his head and said, "That's right. This is Ying Luo. This is Master Yunxiao, who has been newly sent to take over your position," Hai Lin quickly introduced. "He's a 5th-tier alchemist and the official captain of the 8th team." Bin Jie. Ha Ying Luo. Bin Jie smiled awkwardly and hurriedly patted the dust off his body. He stepped forward to shake hands and said, "Not hard. Not hard at all. Hello, silly. No, Master Yunxiao, right? Hello, Master Yunxiao. I'm Bin Jie." Yunxiao pulled his hand back with an indifferent look. "I was just joking with Master Yunxiao," Bin Jie hurriedly said. "It's so comfortable to be a captain. You can do whatever you want all day, and you can eat and drink well." He gave Ding Ling and Yunxiang a look behind him, then put his mouth close to Yunxiao's ear and said mysteriously, "And there are beautiful girls who came to me." "Oh?" Yunxiao's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good thing?" "Of course. More than half of the trade in the west of the city is under the jurisdiction of the 8th team." "How deep do you think the waters are?" Bin Jie said. "Girls who come crying and shouting can circle the gentle song forest 2 times, he said. Yunxiao also smiled knowingly and said, "Then I'll consider taking over." "What's there to consider?" Bin Jie patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, although you're young and promising, you should still pay more attention to exercising your body and eat more tonics. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. In the future, the ignorant girls here will be waiting for you to pacify them. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the courtyard, heading towards the north of the city. The sound of laughter could be faintly heard in the sky. Yunxiao looked at the disappearing light and thought to himself, "It's too late." He was actually a 9 stars martial emperor. It seems that young emperor has indeed cultivated a pretty good force. Master Yunxiao, Hai Lin said awkwardly. If you don't like it here, I'll go back and tell my father. He'll definitely get you out of here. I'm fine. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I think it's good. Pretty good. What did Sir Bin Jie secretly tell you just now? Zhu Lei asked. Humph. With a cold snort, Ding Linger said with a cold face. That piece of trash said that a brigade leader here, an ignorant girl crying and shouting at her door, could circle the Light Song Forest twice. Otherwise, do you think young Master Yun would stay in this godforsaken place? Yunxiao's face darkened as he hurriedly explained. That's not the reason. I'm an alchemist after all, and I'm more used to being with everyone. Master Yunxiao, Zhu Lei patted him on the shoulder and said, We're both men. It's understandable. It's really not what you think, Yunxiao said anxiously. It's not what you think. Master Yunxiao, let's go and take a look at the situation here, said Hai Lin. Yes. Let's take a look at the situation here first. Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and felt two cold auras behind him, as if two ice cubes were following him. This way, Master Yunxiao, said Hai Lin. By the way, I'll have someone send a large number of tonics over later. Master Yunxiao, you must take care of your body. Yunxiao, Behind the small courtyard was a huge open space, and in front of it was a gourd-like building. It was extremely wide, and people were coming in and out from time to time. At the door, a man was giving instructions in a hurry. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and send it over to Grandmaster Huang. Pig. Master Lung wants the 7 fragrance leaves, not the 7 lotus leaves. I'll kick you to death. Screw you. You can't even find a piece of shadowless ice. Don't come back if you can't find it before dark. Fuck your mother. The demonic core of the explosive pig that Master Wei wants is not a pig's head. The man smashed a fiery red pig's head on one of his underlings' head and sent him flying with a series of punches and kicks. He roared, If you don't handle it well, I'll capture you one by one and let those masters refine you as materials. The subordinates all lowered their heads and jogged away. Lord Zhouxiang, Hai Lin shouted from afar and laughed. Lord Zhouxiang seems to be living a very fulfilling life. The man took a closer look and immediately ran forward. He almost knelt down and wailed, Young Master Hai Lin, please transfer me away. I'll erect a longevity monument for you and bow to you 3 times and 9 times a day. There's no need to fight and kill here, Hai Lin said with a smile. It's a fulfilling life every day. How comfortable. People want to come, but they won't let them. Zhouxiang pounded his chest in pain, hugged Hai Lin and cried, Give me back the days I spent in blood and blades. Hai Lin pushed him away and explained to Yunxiao, This is the vice-captain of Team 8, Zhouxiang. He's a very nice person. Yunxiao smiled. In Hai Lin's words, everyone was good. He glanced at Zhouxiang and immediately made a judgment. He was a 5-stars martial emperor. It seemed like the captain of a newbie mercenary group was at least a martial emperor. Moreover, Zhouxiang was also very young. It seemed like he was extremely talented. The regiment had arranged for him to meddle in other people's business in this place, probably out of a kind of protection for him. After all, in the vicious Light Song Forest, even a martial emperor could die at any time. I'm the new captain of the 8th team, Yunxiao greeted. From now on, I'll be in charge of this place. He pointed at Zhouxiang and laughed. That includes you. Zhouxiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yunxiao blankly for a while, then threw his head back and howled. Is this the guild leader's final test for me? He's just a little kid. Could he be the illegitimate child of the leader? Yunxiao's face darkened, and his eyes turned blood-red and shrank into a new moon as he cried out, UK! A wave of power that was hard to capture spread out in an endless stream. Zhouxiang's body trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A large amount of mental energy poured into his spirit ocean like a tidal wave and began to attack it. He quickly closed his eyes in shock and retreated. The eyes were the window to the soul. Although spiritual attacks could be everywhere, if the other party opened their eyes, it was equivalent to opening a window to receive the attack. it would be twice the effort with half the effect. Even though he had closed his eyes, the power that had rushed in earlier had still directly shattered the defense in his sea of consciousness and entered his soul. N. Zhou Xiang groaned as he swallowed the blood that had rushed up his throat. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He didn't dare to open his eyes. You are a high-tier alchemist? From now on, Yunxiao said lightly. I'm your boss. Zhou Xiang swallowed his saliva bitterly and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Hai Lin pitifully as if he was saying, a group of alchemists was already too much for him to take care of, and now he had to take care of another one who was good at mental attacks. He was afraid that he would not live long. Young Master Hai Lin, I'll leave my mother in your care. Wu Zhou Xiang could not help but burst into tears at the thought of this. Zhu Lei's face was covered in cold sweat. His opponent was a martial emperor, but he actually started crying. It was evident that even a martial emperor couldn't withstand such an inhuman place. Hai Lin patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. Big Brother Yunxiao will protect you in the future. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow Big Brother Yunxiao. Big Brother Yunxiao is a very good person. Yunxiao glanced at the gourd-like building and felt the waves of fluctuations coming from it. With a knowing smile in his eyes, he said, Zhou Xiang, bring us in to take a look. Zhou Xiang was crying his heart out when he suddenly trembled. His eyes revealed a look of fear as he shook his head repeatedly. No. If you want to go, you go in yourself. Oh? Yunxiao was taken aback. Is it that scary? He laughed. Why don't you go in and try? Zhou Xiang sneered. Why don't we make a bet? If you can go in and hold on for an hour, I'll sincerely respect you and call you boss. Otherwise, you'll have to think of a way to transfer me out of Team 8. A cunning smile flashed in his eyes as he said expectantly, How is it? Deal, Yunxiao said with a smile. Let's wait outside. He walked inside without looking back. Zhou Xiang laughed out loud as he watched him enter the gourd. Haha, I can finally leave this place. Ding Ling looked at him indifferently and said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. You'd better think about how to call me boss later. I won't lose, Zhou Xiang said confidently. None of those alchemists can last an hour in that damn place. He sized Ding Ling up and said with an evil smile, Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you'll be my girlfriend. Ding Linger's face darkened, and she said coldly, If you lose, slap yourself 10 times and crawl 3 times on the ground. Good. Deal. Zhou Xiang could not stop laughing. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Thank the heavens, I, Zhou Xiang, have finally had a good time after all my suffering. Not only can I leave this damn place, but I've also been given such a beautiful girl. The world is so beautiful. Ding Linger looked at him coldly and snorted. She was 100% confident. What kind of person was Yunxiao? He was once a 9th-tier great alchemist, who stood at the peak of the art of alchemy in the heavenly martial realm. The few of them waited quietly outside. At first, Zhou Xiang's face was full of pride, and he could not stop looking at Ding Linger, admiring the girlfriend that he was about to have. But after being stared at by Ding Linger's murderous aura, he did not dare to look at her anymore. Get lost, you brat. You dare to destroy my refinement. You buy-in, you deserve to die. As expected, an earth-shaking roar came from inside, shaking the entire gourd building. Zhou Xiang laughed madly and said, Haha, that kid is done for. It must be Master Feng Rue. He's currently refining the Absolute Land Pill, which is being jointly refined by 5 Grandmasters. It's the most critical moment, and now even the gods can't stop that kid. He smugly glanced at Ding Linger, but she didn't show any emotion on her face, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xiang felt a wave of discomfort in his heart, but he snorted lightly with his nose and revealed a smug expression, as if he was waiting to see. In the gourd, a scruffy old man roared at Yunxiao. Damn it! We've worked so hard for more than half a month and spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine it, but you've destroyed it. Even if you play to your death, you can't absolve yourself of your crime. The other 4 alchemists also had gloomy faces and were terribly pale. It was not only because of anger, but also because of the long period of refining. These alchemists had long exhausted their soul power, and their chi and blood had long been weak, looking like neither human nor ghost. A large number of other alchemists around were also alarmed by the roar, and they turned their eyes to him. Oh my God, Master Feng Rui spent so much effort to refine the pill of extinction. Did he fail again? Is the absolute land pill so difficult to refine? Even the combined power of 5 grandmasters is not enough? The absolute land pill was only a level 5 medicinal pill. Master Feng Rui himself is a 5th-rank existence. The extreme earth pill is a top-notch 5th-tier pill. It can increase a martial king's chances of breaking through to the 6 directions realm by 30%, so it's normal to fail. Even 6th-tier alchemists have an extremely low success rate. I don't think so. That kid must have interrupted Master Feng's refining. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed. After all, I've been preparing for more than half a year, and I've only started with confidence. For a moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over to discuss. Xianxia looked at the sloppy old man, raised an eyebrow, and said sarcastically, "You failed your own refinement and now you're blaming it on someone else. How can you be so shameless?" Feng Rui flew into a rage. He was so angry that his entire body was shaking. I failed? Do you know how much preparation I've made for this? Every link had been planned over 100 times, and it was simply a foolproof plan. You have to compensate me." Xianxia sniffed and snorted. Refining the absolute land pill only requires 7 main ingredients and 36 supplementary ingredients. There are at least 100 different ingredients in this furnace of yours, and they're all a mess. It would be strange if it didn't fail. The trashiest thing is that if you fail, you'll blame it on me. You're so silly. Feng Rui was taken aback. The recipe for the absolute land pill was a top secret. How did this kid know that it was a combination of 7 plus 36 ingredients? Furthermore, how did he know that there were hundreds of ingredients in the pill furnace? Could he have smelled it? That was impossible. You know nothing. The extreme earth pill was a 5th-tier top-notch elixir. It contained a great amount of 6 directions martial intent, which could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial arts grandmaster realm by 30%. Other than the 3 main ingredients, the 7 plus 36 ingredients are all 5th-tier ingredients. With our strength, it's very difficult to raise it to the 6th tier. That's why I used a large amount of 6th-tier materials to refine the 6 directions martial intent and fuse it into it. After explaining for a long time, Feng Rui finally smacked his own head and said angrily, "What am I explaining to a little brat like you? Hurry up and call your family's Darren to come and make it for me." Xianxia put on a sympathetic look, as if he was looking at a hopeless person with pity. If you're not strong enough, don't force yourself to refine it. It's a waste of materials and energy. Besides the 7 plus 36 material configuration, if there were any other methods, they would have been passed down long ago. You 3 want to improve the pill recipe. In theory, a level 5 art can refine all level 5 existences. However, because a large number of idiots have limited intelligence and like to play small tricks, the difference between each level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Since you're a 5th-ranked being, you should be able to refine the peril pill by yourself using the 7 plus 36 ingredients. Xianxia walked up to the alchemy furnace, opened the lid, and frowned. He cleared out all the dregs from the failed refinement, took out the ingredients of 7 plus 36 from the medicine rack next to him, and put them in again. Feng Rui's eyelids twitched as his heart skipped a beat. He had thought that Xianxia only knew the number of materials needed to make the pill, but judging from the 43 materials he had just chosen, he did know the recipe. And from the fluctuations on his body, it could be seen that Xianxia, you are an alchemist. Feng Rui cried out in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, How is this possible? You? What tier of alchemist are you? Xianxia closed the lid of the furnace, gave him a glance and said, There's a fire dragon vein here, and the yang qi is soaring. With a 5th grade art, it's enough to refine the absolute land pill. He cast a spell and it flew into the alchemy furnace. Immediately it started to spin. The gemstones embedded in the alchemy furnace emitted a myriad of colors and were very beautiful. What? He's going to refine the pill of extinction? The people around them were all stunned. Many of them laughed and shook their heads. This kid is only 15 years old, right? Are you really an alchemist? A 15-year-old cricket. He clearly can't see any soul power fluctuations. It's not that I can't feel it, but it's too strong. I can feel his soul power fluctuation. It's not below Master Feng Rui's. A fourth-tier alchemist said in horror, his eyes full of shock. He's not below Master Feng Rui? Elder Bai, you must be mistaken. Everyone was shocked and revealed a look of shock. Yunxiao's next move immediately made them open their mouths in shock and petrified. Fifth-tier medicinal pills are called fifth-tier because fifth-tier alchemists can refine them. If it required a level 6 pill to refine, then it wouldn't be a level 5 pill. As long as you seriously unleash the full potential of Tier 5 soul power and art, and not waste the slightest bit of extra power, it'll be enough to support you in refining any Tier 5 medicinal pill. Yunxiao began to move. His speed was not fast but ordinary. Every movement was very smooth and pleasing to the eye, as if he was a standard textbook. This Tao Wu is indeed a rank 5 soul power. Feng Rui felt a soul power that was not weaker than his fluctuating from Yunxiao's body, which gave him a very comfortable feeling, as if he had become one with the whole environment. Every movement and every bit of soul power of his followed some indescribable pattern. As he looked at it, he became infatuated. Not only him, but all the alchemists also felt that they had entered a very mysterious realm. It was as if what he saw was not a fifth-tier alchemist refining pills, but a supreme art unfolding in front of him, and a tall door slowly opening in his direction. Many people's bottlenecks, which had been stuck for decades, seemed to gradually show signs of loosening. In their sea of consciousness, there were constantly flashes of spiritual light, and all kinds of problems were solved by themselves without a teacher, and they were suddenly enlightened. At this moment, everyone felt like they were about to cry. Plop! Finally, someone could not help but kneel down. Under the beautiful refining process, the highest realm of alchemists was displayed, as if an alchemist god had descended and accepted the worship of the world. Plop! Plop! One by one they knelt down. The alchemists who were usually arrogant and condescending all knelt down sincerely at this moment. They were not kneeling to Yunxiao, but to the supreme Tao of alchemy that they had been seeking for their entire lives. Yunxiao was the embodiment of the Tao of magic that he had been pursuing for his whole life. His every movement was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, and his face was filled with a faint smile. In contrast to those alchemists who risked their lives to refine the pill, this kind of refining was like a pleasure in his hands, and he seemed to be more and more energetic. Other than the rumbling of the pill furnace, there was no other sound in the hall. It was a strange silence. An hour later, no one was standing except for Yunxiao. The gemstones on the pill furnace flickered alternately, and soon, they gradually calmed down. Yunxiao was covered in sweat, and his breathing became rough. It had been a long time since he had refined to his heart's content, and his fifth-rank spirit power had been completely exhausted. He stepped forward and opened the lid of the furnace. The fragrance of pills filled the air, and the entire hall was filled with fragrance. Swish! Feng Rui took in a deep breath and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. It's a peerless pill. The fragrance of the peerless pill. The Warlock God, Lord Warlock God. Please teach me the most powerful art of alchemy, my lord, an alchemist cried. Please, Lord Warlock God. Immediately, all the alchemists cried and screamed. The highest level of the art was perfectly displayed by a 15-year-old boy. There was no other explanation other than the arrival of the art god. Yunxiao's face darkened. I'm not a sorcerer god. All of you stand up and talk. I can't stand you, all of you who are hundreds of years old, kneeling down. It wasn't that he had never experienced this kind of scene of being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. If it were someone else, they would have long panicked and not know what to do. But Yunxiao's face was calm. Without even looking at the pill, he walked straight to the center. Lord Sorcerer God, please teach us the supreme Tao of sorcery. The crowd was still crying and shouting. as if they were afraid that the supreme art of Tao would disappear with this young man at any time. What supreme art? Xiao said indifferently, I've only touched the surface. If you guys have any problems, I can help you solve them. By the way, don't call me a sorcerer god. I'm not worthy of that title. Just call me Young Master Yun. Shu Junyu, Master Yun. I'd like to ask you something. We all saw your refining just now. Not a single bit of soul power or energy was wasted. How can such a perfect refinement be achieved? An alchemist mustered his courage and asked the question in his heart. This time, everyone's spirits were at a high level as they perked up their ears to listen. This was the biggest doubt in their hearts. Xiao walked to the top of the hall, pulled a chair over, sat down, crossed his legs and said, All of you sit down. Don't just stand there. No one dared to disobey. They hurriedly found futons and sat down under Xiao like primary school students, listening carefully. Any kind of refining will have an unreasonable consumption of soul power. Even I am no exception. However, this kind of loss can be controlled. Time passed by slowly. Zhou Xiang, who was waiting outside the gourd, began to lose his previous smugness. He frowned from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. Later, he finally became uneasy and kept pacing back and forth, as if he was afraid that Xiao was hiding somewhere in the gourd. Finally, an hour passed, but Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? No. Zhou Xiang jumped up and said angrily, He must be cheating. He's hiding somewhere inside and hasn't entered yet. If you're a man, you should keep your promise. Ding Ling said coldly. 10 slaps, 3 laps for a dog. I have to make sure that he's not cheating. Zhou Xiang's face was flushed red as he argued. Let's go in and see, Hailin said. He took the lead and walked in front, and everyone followed him in succession. It was a vast space inside. As soon as Yunshang stepped into it, she felt a restless qi spreading out in her body, and her genuine qi was circulating in her meridians and bones on its own. She turned pale with fright. The land of fire dragons had such a great effect on her 9-yang divine body. This gourd was the dragon's eye of the fire dragon earth vein, and it was filled with yang qi. The scene in front of them stunned everyone, especially Zhou Xiang, whose mouth was wide open and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. In the vast space, a group of alchemists sat on futons obediently, listening attentively to Xiao's speech. All kinds of materials and utensils were thrown around, and there was no other sound in the hall except for Xiao's voice. This buy-in. Zhou Xiang was completely petrified. Were they still the alchemists who had a bad temper, a bad attitude, and were difficult to please? Why are they all acting like primary school students? Xiao saw them come in at first glance. He stood up with a smile and said, Let's stop here. Everyone, take a good time to digest. Young Master Hailin and Captain Zhou Xiang are here. Voila! All the alchemists rose to their feet, turned around, and glared at Zhou Xiang and the others. Their eyes were spitting fire, and they were all furious. Zhou Xiang and the rest felt an overwhelming fury coming at them for no reason. It was as if the air around them was about to burn. A white-haired old man rushed forward. It was Feng Rue. He pointed at the group with a trembling finger and shouted, You guys dare to interrupt young Master Yun's teaching? You all deserve to die. Is this how you rookie mercenaries treat alchemists? The bottleneck that has troubled me for more than 10 years has suddenly been broken. You actually dare to ruin such a sacred matter. This is too infuriating. It's as if I can see the door to the art of Tao opening for me. It's all because of you. An alchemist was so angry that his hair stood on end. The rookie mercenary group is indeed respectful to us alchemists. The contract I signed with you is about to expire, so I can't stay any longer. Right? My contract is also about to expire and I'm also leaving the rookie mercenary group. I've been refining pills and weapons for you all day, and you even interrupted our classes. That's right. Let's go. Those whose contracts have expired, follow young Master Yun. We didn't want to stay in this damn place for a long time. I'll go wherever young Master Yun goes. Me too. Me too. For a moment, All the alchemists were extremely angry, and they made their stand clear, demanding to leave the rookie mercenary group and follow Yunxiao. The reaction was so intense that Hailin and the others were all shocked and broke out in cold sweat. What a joke! If all the alchemists left, the strength of the whole rookie mercenary group would be reduced by at least half. They were the strongest logistical support. No matter what, a force could only dominate a region with a group of alchemists supporting it. Zhou Xiang was also instantly dumbfounded, and his mind went blank. If this group of alchemists were to leave, the consequences would be so dire that he dared not even think about it. Masters, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Zhou Xiang hurried forward to comfort the volcanoes, but it was to no avail. The alchemists' eyes were fixed on him, as if he had killed their father, and they wanted to kill him with their eyes. Devil? How dare you interrupt young Master Yun's lesson? You're the real devils. Get lost. Hailin hurriedly turned his eyes to Yunxiao for help. If these alchemists really left, not to mention Zhou Xiang, even he would probably be skinned alive. You're leaving the rookie mercenary group, Yunxiao said. Where are you going? He sat on the upper seat, crossed his legs, and said coldly, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Yunxiao, and I'm now officially the captain of the 8th team of the rookie mercenary group. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Young Master Yun is the captain of the 8th team? All the alchemists were shocked on the spot, and the shock on their faces turned into ecstasy. They were so excited that their ears turned red, and they could not control themselves. Yunxiao gave the crowd an indifferent look and said, I heard that you guys are usually very arrogant and domineering, and very difficult to manage. Vice Captain Zhou Xiang is wailing about leaving. No, there's no such thing. The alchemists were all anxious, and Feng Rue hurriedly argued. We're all approachable, affable, gentle, and polite people. We'll never put on the airs of alchemists. Isn't that right, Vice Captain Zhou? He turned to look at Zhou Xiang, his eyes as big as copper bells, and he glared at him fiercely. Zhou Xiang's mind went blank. The great contrast between the performance of these alchemists made him feel an indescribable desolation. With a sorrowful look on his face, he sobbed, All the masters are humble gentlemen. Gentlemanly, gentle, kind, understanding, gentlemanly, warm as jade, woo. At the end of her sentence, she could no longer hold back her grievances and squatted on the ground, crying her heart out. Yes. We are all polite and mild-tempered people. All the alchemists said hurriedly, We will obey Master Yunxiao's orders in the future. Both Hailin and Zhu Lei's faces turned pale. They looked at the group of alchemists, who usually held their heads high and had their noses up in the air, bowing before Yunxiao while making solemn promises. They felt that this was extremely unreal, as if they were in a fantasy. Zhu Lei swallowed his saliva and said dryly, Master Yunxiao is good at mental attacks. Are we seeing illusions? Hailin also patted his forehead, feeling a sharp pain. Looking at Zhou Xiang, who was squatting on the ground and crying sadly, she felt that it did not seem fake. But, Yunxiao said with a frown. It seems that the contracts of all the masters are about to expire. I really don't know if the newbie mercenary group will sign a new contract with you. Let's ask young Master Hailin. The alchemists of major forces generally employed a hiring system, providing a large number of materials for the alchemist's cultivation, so that they could stay and make the pills for themselves. Only a few alchemists would really join a force, which was equivalent to completely restricting themselves. After all, the final destination in the mind of all alchemists was the holy land of alchemy, the sea of soul formation. A contract! An alchemist hurriedly ran to Hailin and pleaded, Young Master Hailin, please let me renew the contract with the newbie mercenary group. The contract has to be renewed for at least 50 years. And me? How can 50 years be enough? I want to extend my contract for 100 years. 100 years? You're over 100 years old. I'm going to sign a lifelong contract and stay in a rookie mercenary group for the rest of my life. I want a life contract too. However, it must be written in the contract that Master Xianxia must be in the rookie mercenary group. If Master Xianxia leaves, I'll leave too. Yes, 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 Grandmaster Xianxia, we're here. If Master Xianxia leaves, we'll leave. Hai Lin was instantly dumbfounded. He recalled how his father had begged these alchemists to stay and offered all kinds of heaven-defying conditions. He had to obey their wishes and go along with their hobbies before he could sign many 5-year contracts. But now they were all crying and asking to sign a lifetime contract. The contrast was huge. What shocked him even more was that even though they had signed a lifelong contract, it was not the rookie mercenary group that bound them, but Xianxia. If Xianxia left, the consequences would be dire. For a moment he felt a headache coming on. He was drowned by the cries and shouts for a lifetime contract. He felt that he couldn't cope with such a scene at all, so he hurriedly shouted, "Hurry, hurry, Commander Zwa! Bring all the master's contracts here and call my father here. Who's making so much noise in my teammate? You can't have peace." Suddenly, a roar came from the back of the hall. A white-haired old man rushed out with an angry face. He looked around and shouted, "What are you all doing? All of you have tears on your faces. Did someone bully you? I heard that someone wants to sign a lifelong contract? Are you guys stupid?" The old man's eyes widened as he glared at the crowd. However, he realized that everyone's faces were indifferent and determined, not moved by his words. "Master Lu, this is the new captain of Team 8. We've decided to follow him." Feng Rui quickly stepped forward. "If the brigade leader wants us to stay, we'll stay. If the brigade leader leaves, we'll leave." "Oh!" The old man looked at him suspiciously and snorted. "A bunch of spineless guys. Who can make you sell your freedom and sign a lifelong contract? I'd like to see if the new captain is God Feng." He pushed the crowd aside and looked up at the top of the hall. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This Master Lu was the leader of all alchemists. He was also a peak 5th-tier alchemist, and he had a very bad temper. If he had a conflict with Master Xianxia and offended him, he would. Just as everyone's hearts were filled with apprehension and wild guesses, Master Lu's eyes were wide open. When he saw Xianxia's mouth open, he suddenly pounced on him and cried out, "Master, Master! I finally get to see you again." He half knelt in front of Xianxia like a child and cried, "Master, please accept my knees. I, Lu Xun, will follow you from now on. Master, please don't abandon me." He kept scratching Xianxia's legs with both hands. Xianxia's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly kicked him away as he said angrily, "Stay away from me. I'm not interested in men. If you want to follow me, you'll have to ask the newbie mercenary group first." The old man was Lu Xun, whom he had met earlier. After receiving Xianxia's enlightenment, he had buried himself in the refining, and as expected, he succeeded very soon. This time, the refining process was more successful than he had expected, allowing him to instantly release the bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time, almost directly advancing to the 6th step. Rookie mercenary group? Lu Xun was taken aback. He hurriedly stood up and ran towards the sea forest, shouting, "Young Master Hai Lin, quickly bring me my contract. I want to sign a lifetime agreement. If Master Xianxia is here, I'll be here. If Master Xianxia leaves, I'll leave." Hai Lin had a headache. There was another one. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap rang out in the hall. Zhou Xiang drooped his head and kept slapping himself. He said bitterly, "Young Master Yun, you're my boss from now on. I'll do whatever you say, even if you want me to eat shit." "Pa! Pa!" He kept on slapping, a total of 10 loud slaps, and both sides of his face turned red. In the beginning, he really could not bear to do it. After all, he was a martial royal realm expert, a powerful existence in any force. But when he saw the usually proud alchemists kneel down on the spot, he did not feel ashamed at all. The next few slaps became more and more enjoyable, and the embarrassment was completely gone. Instead, he felt that it was a great pride and happiness to be able to follow Xianxia. At least, he could follow Xianxia whenever he wanted without having to sign any contract. And these high and mighty alchemists had to sign a lifelong contract to be qualified to follow him. Thinking of this, he became prouder the more he slapped her. The last few slaps were even more vigorous, and both sides of his face were swollen like buns. "Vice Captain, what are you doing?" Yunxiao's mouth was wide open in surprise as he asked in confusion. "Your way of expressing your loyalty is too strange. This young master has learned a lot." Zhou Xiang touched his swollen face and shook his head. I should. I'm especially insensible. I deserve to be beaten. He sneaked a glance at Ding Ling with a pleading look in his eyes. Ding Ling smiled and understood what Zhou Xiang meant. After all, Zhou Xiang was a martial royal realm expert. He had already mustered up a lot of courage to slap her 10 times in front of everyone. It was impossible for him to kneel and crawl 3 rounds, so he begged her to stop. Looking at Ding Ling nodding her head, Zhou Xiang was relieved and happy. Although the more he was slapped, the prouder he was, he would probably never be able to raise his head in the rookie mercenary group again. Zhu Lei rushed to the headquarters as fast as he could. All alchemists had to sign a lifelong contract, which was undoubtedly a big deal. Even Commander Hao Lian would be shocked by it. Contract. Zhu Lei rushed into the headquarters with all his might and barged into Hai Beifei's room without reporting. He panted and said, Guild Leader Hai. Contract. He flew too fast and used up all his yuan qi in one breath. He couldn't catch his breath. Hai Beifei looked unhappy and frowned. "You're panicking and not calm at all. Do you still look like a martial artist? This is the headquarters of the newbie mercenary group. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up." Zhu Lei shook his head and tried his best to take a deep breath, saying, A contract for all alchemy masters. Cancel all the alchemy masters and the original contracts and sign Wufu." "What?" Hai Beifei let out a loud roar. The aura on his body suddenly spread out and an extremely strong force exploded. Zhu Lei's entire body was blown away by the force. Hai Beifei took a step forward. His figure appeared more than 10 meters away and caught Zhu Lei in his hand. His face was terrifyingly gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "Did Li Yunxiao cause trouble? All the alchemy masters are going to terminate their contracts." Zhu Lei's qi and blood were not flowing smoothly to begin with. Under the impact of his qi, a mouthful of blood gushed out and was stuck in his throat. He tried his best to explain, but the moment he opened his mouth, a gush of qi and blood rushed up to his throat. Zhu Lei's heart grew anxious. He desperately shook his head and desperately nodded again. He shook and nodded, and the more anxious he became, the more chaotic he became. He opened his mouth and moved a few times, and the smell of blood spurted out. "Damn it!" Hai Beifei immediately threw Zhu Lei out and roared, "Team 8 is the foundation of our logistics. Li Yunxiao, if any of the masters leave, I'll definitely break your bones." He turned into a beam of light and instantly headed to the west of the city, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lei was thrown away by Hai Beifei and flew a few hundred meters before stopping. Hearing the roars in the air and watching the light disappear in the sky, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was in big trouble now. With Hai Beifei's strength and anger, he would not kill Yunxiao with a single slap, would he? That Xiaji thinking of this, he shivered. It was all his fault for being in such a hurry. He should have taken a break first. If something were to happen, how could he bear the responsibility? He hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and threw them into his mouth. He gave chase with all his might, but with his speed, how could he catch up to Hai Beifei? The speed of a martial honor expert could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Hai Beifei arrived at the west of the city in the blink of an eye. His domain spread out and covered the entire base of Team 8. In the next moment, his figure appeared directly outside the gourd building. A sound wave spread out, almost blowing up the entire space. "Li Yunxiao, you're courting death." Yunxiao, who was in the hall, was instantly locked on by an extremely strong killing intent, and then a sharp sound wave broke through the air. Although the sound spread far and wide, the power of the attack converged into a line and was only aimed at him. The entire hall was shaken by the power, and the space was a little erratic as if it was in the sea. Yunxiao's body went cold, and all his pores opened in an instant. An aura of death came. Hai Beifei's attack was too sudden. If he was prepared, he could even take a punch from a martial emperor. However, the other party came in a hurry and suddenly attacked. The power of a 2-star martial venerable rushed out, causing his pores to open and the killing intent to penetrate his body. At that moment, Lu Xun roared and rushed up, blocking Yunxiao with his body. His eyes flashed with a determined look. He was a peak 5th-tier alchemist, and his divine sense was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Immediately after, Fang Rui also blocked. They spread their arms to protect Yunxiao. Yunxiao was taken aback, and his pupils widened. A warm feeling flowed in their hearts as they saw the 2 white-haired old men standing in front of them. They were not protecting themselves, but the supreme art of magic that they yearned for. They were not familiar with Yunxiao, but they could see an unattainable goal in him. Although he couldn't reach it, his heart yearned for it. In the long river of history, there had been countless world protectors on this endless road, who had sacrificed their lives to protect the belief in the holy God in their hearts. Although the 2 of them were pale, they gritted their teeth and did not retreat a single step. This is a Xianxia. Hai Beifei's figure rushed in. His palm was condensed with unparalleled power, and he was about to slap down. When he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces, he hurriedly retracted his palm force and sucked in the air with all his might, suppressing all the momentum he had released. The power of a martial honor, even if it was just the aftershock, was not something these 2 old men could withstand. If they were injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. The powerful qi rushed back into his body, and a mouthful of heart blood was forced down his throat and spat out. He forcefully flipped a few times in the air before he managed to dispel the force. However, he had clearly suffered internal injuries. This kind of forceful stopping of vital energy was extremely harmful to the body, and the higher the cultivation, the greater the backlash. Hai Beifei rushed in without any hesitation and did not show any mercy. Now that he had taken all of it, the qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. He felt that more than 10 of his meridians had been broken. 2 masters, why is this? He looked puzzled and shocked. I'm going to kill Yunxiao, so everyone should be happy. Why? Lu Xun stepped back from the gates of hell, his face ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, Hai Beifei, we've been working for the rookie mercenary group for so many years, and you want to kill Master Yunxiao. Then you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Right? Over our dead bodies. The rest of the alchemists also came to their senses at that moment. One by one, they strode forward and stood in front of Yunxiao, their faces filled with determination, as if they were not afraid of death. This time, Hai Beifei was really frightened and stood there dumbfounded. Father, what are you doing? Hai Lin also rushed up and criticized, his face full of anger. Not to mention that Yunxiao had saved his life several times, and his mastery of martial arts had won the admiration and respect of many masters. If he were to die here, he would undoubtedly be in great trouble. This by an... What? Hai Beifei was dumbfounded. Didn't Li Yunxiao offend all the grandmasters? Offended? The person who offended us is your excellency, Team Leader Hai. Fang Rui said angrily. I'm done. You can find someone else. I'm done too. It's really fucking infuriating. Me too. You've been working so hard for years, and now you're trying to harm Master Yunxiao. The crowd responded one after another, all of them with angry faces. Hai Lin hurriedly explained the situation, and Hai Beifei was drenched in cold sweat. So this was what they wanted to get the contract for. He looked at Yunxiao with a pleading look, looking very reserved. Zhou Xiang was also feeling a little dizzy. He did not expect that a martial honor could also reveal such a pitiful expression, as if he was begging. He suddenly felt that his back had straightened a lot. He felt that the 10 slaps he had given earlier had been worth it. Master Yunxiao, let's leave this damn place together. I'm already sick of it. Master Yunxiao, Fang Rui asked. With Master Yunxiao leading us, we can go anywhere in the world. Even the 7 great powers will accept us. Hai Beifei was very anxious. He no longer cared about his status and wailed, "Master Yunxiao, please don't. I was confused just now and didn't understand the situation. Please forgive me, Master." If these people left, the logistics of the rookie mercenary group would be almost cut off, and they would probably not be able to last for a few months in the Gentle Song Forest. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Yunxiao, as if they were waiting for his decision. Yunxiao stared at Hai Beifei, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he said, "If it weren't for the sake of Xiaohuang Haolian, you wouldn't be standing here safe and sound." Hai Beifei felt bitter in his heart. Of course, he would not believe Yunxiao's words. He thought that Yunxiao was just trying to put on a show. After all, it was normal for young people to care about their face. However, he was at fault in the first place and did not dare to refute. He only asked in surprise, "Master Yunxiao knows Commander Haolian?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a trace of reminiscence as he said, "You'll know in the future." He looked at Lu Xun and the others and said, "Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to in the Qingge woodland for a while. Also, I have a close relationship with Xiaohuang Haolian. I hope that everyone will continue to stay in the rookie mercenary group and assist." Lu Xun frowned and asked, "Master Yunxiao, are you leaving in the future?" "We hope to be able to follow Grandmaster." He revealed a look of desire. "I'm willing to follow Grandmaster." The crowd shouted in unison, their faces filled with determination and desire. Yunxiao smiled and said with a sigh, "I won't be leaving in the short term. I can understand your feelings. During this period of time, I'll tell you everything I know if you have any questions regarding the art of divination. In addition, I'll be coming to this forest often in the future." A hint of desolation flashed across everyone's faces, but when they thought about how they could ask as many questions as possible during this period of time, they quickly became excited again. Each and every one of them rubbed their fists, desperately listing the questions they wanted to ask in their minds. Hai Beifei heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this kid really knew the commander. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be quite deep. Could he be the illegitimate son of the guild leader? Or perhaps the son of an old friend? His mind was filled with random thoughts. After comforting the alchemists, Yunxiao said to him, "I'll have to trouble Captain Hai to find information on the ancient evergreen tree as soon as possible. Also, I don't want today's incident to happen again." I will. Hai Beifei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was still scared just thinking about what had happened today. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the hall and shouted with all his might, "Captain Hai, you can't attack Master Yunxiao." This person was Zhu Lei. He had been running back and forth for a long time, and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Now, he was completely relying on medicinal pills to support himself, for fear of causing a disaster. He had almost exhausted his last trace of energy. "It's all your fault for not explaining clearly," Hai Beifei said angrily. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind was directly pushed over, directly sweeping up Zhu Lei, who was on the verge of collapse, and instantly blowing him hundreds of meters away, turning into a small black dot that disappeared in the sky. "Hai Lin." Hai Beifei said, "Master Yunxiao, the west of the city is a place where the good and the bad are mixed together. None of the 3 mercenary groups had the upper hand, and the division of territory was very complicated. For safety reasons, Team 8 had 2 vice-captains. I'll send Binjie over later to protect Grandmaster with Zhou Xiang." Now, Yunxiao was not only related to Hailin's injury, but also directly related to the stability of the alchemist team of the rookie mercenary group. Therefore, he must be the top priority. The pitiful Binjie had just escaped, and if he knew about this, he would probably hit the wall and die on the spot. After Hai Beifei warned Zhou Xiang and the others for a while, he found that the atmosphere was very cold, and the alchemists were all looking at him indifferently with hostility in their eyes. He smiled bitterly and felt a headache. If Yunxiao changed his mind or left, he would not know how to clean up this mess. Fortunately, the other party seemed to have a friendship with Commander Haolian. Hopefully that was the case. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. He felt bored for a while, so he left with Hai Lin. "Captain, the situation in the west of the city is extremely complicated," Zhou Xiang said. "Still early. Why don't I accompany you for a walk?" Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "That's good. Since you've taken the position, just do a good job. Originally, I wasn't interested in it." After he gave some instructions and pointed out some problems to all the alchemists, the crowd left in satisfaction and continued their work. "Young Master Yunxiang suddenly said, "the yang qi here is very pure, and it seems to be of great benefit to my body. I'm planning to cultivate in seclusion for a while." "That's good," Yunxiao said. "This is indeed a rare land of positive yang. However, I still feel that something is amiss. You can cultivate here for the time being. It'll be good for your 9 yang true qi." Yunxiao, Zhou and Ding Ling are left. After entering the territory of the west, Yunxiao found that it was far larger than the other 3 cities. Not only was it big, but it was also much more prosperous. This place looked like a normal city. The 3 great mercenary groups mutually restricted each other, giving the other small fish forces space to survive, which presented the scene of 100 flowers blooming. However, these 100 flowers bloomed in unison, all of which were sinful acts. At the same time, it also caused another big problem: the chaos in public security. Because there were no rules or restrictions, this place had the highest number of deaths every day in the Lightsong Forest. However, a large number of martial artists still rushed in happily, because the greatest joy here was also that there were no rules or restrictions. While walking, Zhou Xiang explained, although the main task of Team 8 is to provide guarantee for the production of many alchemy masters, it seems to be a team that specializes in logistics in the eyes of others. However, their overall combat strength was also one of the best among the 8 teams. This was because the 8th team was too important. If it wasn't for the Fire Dragon's Chi here, we wouldn't have set up the territory of the 8th squad in the west of the city. There are special channels for the supply of alchemy materials, but it's also a very important way to get local materials in the west of the city. The top 4 of the 10 merchant unions, Myriad Treasure Store, Money Sect, For Extreme Sect, and Tianyi Merchant Association, all have branches here. They were both in the 10 merchant alliances, but there was still a huge gap between them. Ding Ling sighed with emotion. At least, Tianyuan Trading Company was not on the same level as these 4 giants. The 3 of them quickly attracted the attention of many people as they walked on the road. Every new martial artist who entered the city's west would fall into the eyes of countless forces. Especially Ding Ling. Such a delicate little girl exuded a pure and refined aura of a beautiful girl. With her red lips and white teeth, one could tell at a glance that she was a virgin, and she immediately attracted the attention of all the men. Ding Ling felt the lecherous eyes of the wolves around her. She was burning with anger and had goosebumps all over. Zhou Xiang could tell that she was extremely uncomfortable. He smiled and said, "It's like this here. All men who lick blood from the edge of a knife. Their characters are wild and violent, and they're all drunkards and lechers. Miss Ding, you'll get used to it. Adapt." Ding Ling's face darkened, and she said coldly, "I think it's more suitable for them to adapt to me." Zhou Xiang was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Ding Ling suddenly attacked, and a white arrow light shot out without any warning. An old man on the side of the street, who made her want to vomit and showed an obscene expression, was shocked. He screamed and wanted to dodge, but the arrow light was too fast. "Don't!" Zhou Xiang's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop her in horror, but it was already too late. Boom! The old man couldn't dodge in time and was directly blown to pieces. A large amount of minced meat and the smell of blood spread in the air. This sudden explosion shocked everyone, and they all looked over. Their frivolous expressions turned serious and gloomy. "What makes me feel uncomfortable is death," Ding Ling said coldly. Zhou Xiang's mouth was wide open, unable to react in time. He didn't expect that this fresh and lovely beauty would be so violent in her bones. She had only fantasized a few times with her eyes, and then she had killed her without leaving any residue. He didn't know Ding Ling's identity. Although Tianyuan Trading Company had declined, It had been famous on the continent for a long time. As the favored daughter of the Chamber of Commerce and one of the 2 beauties in the 10 merchant alliances, she was usually surrounded by all kinds of lights and received respect and admiration. She had never been stared at by a pack of hungry wolves in such a lecherous way. Ever since they entered the Gentle Song Forest, Ding Ling Er's heart had been burning with an unknown fire for a long time. If Xianxia did not want to stay here, she would have turned around and left. This is big trouble. Zhou Xiang had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head slightly, as if he had encountered something that gave him a headache. Big trouble? Xianxia asked, puzzled. Big trouble? Don't large numbers of people die here every day? Isn't it true that those with bigger fists can kill as they wish? You're right, but that's only for those small forces, Zhou Xiang said with a bitter smile. Our 3 mercenary groups still abide by our own discipline. After all, we're the overlords of the Light Song Forest, and there must be rules under our fists. Only then can we convince people and not cause chaos. Furthermore, the situation in the west of the city was extremely complicated. The 3 great mercenary groups restricted each other. Now that Miss Ding has killed someone, I'm afraid the other 2 mercenary groups will take the opportunity to cause trouble. With an indifferent look on his face, Xianxia said softly, You're right. There must be rules under the fist. Rookie mercenary group's interests in the city's west will be restricted by our 8th team. From today on, my rules are the rules. What do you mean by my rules are the rules? Zhou Xiang was a little dumbfounded. Xianxia looked at him with an aura that only a man who had been in a superior position for a long time could have, which made Zhou Xiang feel a sense of fear and awe. This caused him to be greatly alarmed. That apathetic look of life and death and the vicissitudes of life was definitely not a spiritual attack, but a genuine attack from the heart. For example, the person that Miss Ling wants to kill should die. This is my rule. Yunxiao's indifferent words made Zhou Xiang's heart skip a beat. As a martial emperor, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. My rules are rules. How can there be such overbearing rules in the world? Do you think you're a martial supreme? Zhou Xiang cursed in his heart and felt a sense of powerlessness. He finally understood that any alchemist was arrogant and unruly, and there were no exceptions. Moreover, if such a person became the leader, the entire 8th squad would be in trouble. In serious cases, it would even bring great hidden dangers to the clan. With the gradual recovery of his strength, the arrogance and domineering air of his previous life was gradually revealed. Countless people had died under the Star Sword slash, and he was definitely not a merciful person. Ding Ling, on the other hand, felt a warm current flowing through her heart as she looked at Xianxia with a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. With his words, no matter how much he suffered in the Light Song Forest, it was all worth it. The death of an old man caused a commotion, but it quickly returned to normal. They continued to do what they had to do, as if the old man had never existed. However, when they looked at Ding Ling, they no longer dared to be so unscrupulous, and they all looked vigilant. Zhou Xiang whistled, and very quickly, a black figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure half knelt on the ground and bowed. Number 9 greets the Vice Captain. This is the Dark Shadow team of our Team 8 located in the west of the city. They are in charge of intelligence gathering and various covert operations. After explaining to Xianxia, he turned to the man and said, This is the newly appointed captain of the 8th team, His Excellency Li Xianxia. You saw what happened just now. Go and clean up the mess. The Black Shadow raised his head and gave Xianxia a surprised look, then quickly lowered his head and said, Yes. His answer was straightforward and without any hesitation. He disappeared in front of the 3 people again. The Dark Shadow Squad has a total of 9 members, but each of them is extremely powerful, Zhou Xiang said. With him taking care of the aftermath, there shouldn't be any trouble. It's too late. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. It seems that trouble is coming. Sure enough, in a few breaths' time, a large number of cultivators began to rush in from all directions, all of them with extremely heavy vicious qi. Some of the bystanders around saw that the situation was not right, and many of them ran away. Some of them were confident that they were strong, so they stayed to watch the show. Zhou Xiang was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Not good." There from the Storm mercenary group, he hurriedly blew the whistle again, but there was no response this time. His face immediately darkened. "Humph, no need to brag. I've brought you the person you wanted to call." A voice rang out in the air, and soon a black shadow landed in front of the three of them. It was number 9 of the Dark Shadow Squad who had just left. His face was covered in blood, and he had already died. Moreover, his limbs were twisted in a strange way. It was obvious that he had been tortured before he died. A white-robed man had appeared in the sky out of nowhere. He was staring at Zhou Xiang and the other two with an ice-cold gaze as if he was looking at dead bodies. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. "Killing in the streets of the East and West. Your rookie mercenary group is getting more and more unscrupulous. You don't even put us in your eyes," the white-robed man said coldly. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his cold killing intent spread out, enveloping the entire area. Everyone's minds were focused, knowing that this place would soon become a killing field. "Zhao Yu!" Zhou Xiang's eyes were also cold as he looked at them and shouted in a domineering manner. "When did it become your turn to point fingers at my rookie mercenary group? Don't think that you can control the life and death of others just because you have big fists." Zhao Yu sneered. "Besides, your fists are nothing in my eyes." His words immediately aroused the goodwill and passion of those small forces, and they all echoed him. These people had been oppressed by the 3 mercenary groups. Now that someone had stepped forward, they glared at Yunxiao and the others, even though they knew that they were being used. "Captain Zhou, even though our cross-mercenaries is just a small fry, we're not willing to be humiliated by anyone. What did old Hu do wrong? He was actually killed by that woman," a man with a cold body said in a deep voice. One side of his face had already rotted away, and he was tightly gripping an iron sword in his hand. The dead old man was a member of the cross-mercenaries. There were 7 or 8 other people standing behind the burly man, their faces flashing with anger. Zhou Xiang was at a loss for words and frowned. Normally, he wouldn't even bother to answer a small fry like the cross-mercenary group, but now that Zhao Yu was making trouble for him, he had no choice but to answer. "What?" Yunxiao sneered. "His mistake is that he looks too wretched." "Who are you?" The man was furious and shouted. "Is this how you newbie mercenary groups bully others?" "Ha ha ha." Zhao Yu also laughed out loud and said proudly, "You newbie mercenaries really think that you're the overlord of the Light Song Forest. Could it be that Xiaohuang Hao Lian has already broken through to the martial supreme realm? They can kill all of us, the other forces." Zhou Xiang was also having a headache. Yunxiao was exactly the same as those arrogant and pedantic alchemists. What he said was equivalent to offending all the forces. How could he be so unlucky to have such a superior? Yunxiao gave Zhou Xiang a disdainful look and said, "This is a place where fists are the most important. Why are you trying to reason with them? Do you have the ability to convince them with reason and make them retreat?" Zhou Xiang was taken aback. "That's right, even if I give a hymn, in the end, there will still be a fight. Isn't it still a matter of who has the bigger fist?" Even Zhao Yu and the members of the cross-mercenary group were stunned for a moment. They all thought to themselves, "This young man is right, so what if they are in the right?" He was here to find trouble and take the opportunity to make trouble. Even if he was reasonable, he would be unreasonable under the fist. "Humph. It's good that you understand. If you surrender now, I can still give you a chance to live. When the regimental commanders' meeting is held in the west of the city, let everyone come for a public trial." Zhao Yu didn't want to waste any more time. The longer he waited, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He just wanted to solve this quickly. In fact, he had already begun to act when Yunxiao and the others entered the territory of the west of the city. Even if Old Hua's incident didn't happen, other things would have happened. In short, the goal was to take down the leader of the noob mercenary group's teammate. Zhou Xiang explained in a low voice, "The regimental meeting is a meeting of the highest level in the city's west. It's usually initiated by one of the 3 great mercenary groups, and it's a meeting to gather all the mercenary groups to attend. It's usually held for the sake of dividing up the various benefits in the west of the city. Yunxiao nodded very seriously and said, I also feel that there is a need to hold such a meeting. After all, I've just taken over as the captain of Team 8, so I have to inform everyone. What? Zhao Yu was shocked and said, You, a martial king, and the leader of the noob mercenary group's 8th major team? The rest of the people also showed a look of disbelief. In addition to the Storm mercenary group and the Cross mercenary group, there were many small groups attached to the Storm mercenary group. There were about a dozen small forces and nearly 100 people, and they were all shocked. Zhao Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted, I recognize you. You're the mysterious young man who entered the city with Hailin and killed several of my Storm mercenary group's commanders. I didn't do anything all the way into the city, Yunxiao said in surprise. Which of your eyes saw me kill? You have 2 vicious women with you, and the one who killed old Hua is probably one of them, Zhao Yu said coldly. What about the other one? Also, did you kill Yi Xian? The rest of the people who were killed were only at the martial arts grandmaster level, so it was fine if they died. However, Yi Xian was a genuine martial emperor. He was also an absolute backbone of the Rainstorm mercenary group. He couldn't afford to lose any of them. After Yi Xian's disappearance, the commotion that Hailin and the others caused when they entered the city had long since reached the intelligence department of the Storm mercenary group, and they had carried out a detailed analysis. Everyone's analysts believed that it was impossible for Hailin's team to pass through the east of the city under such circumstances, unless there was an expert secretly helping them. Apart from Yunxiao and the other 2, everyone in the caravan at that time was a member of a rookie mercenary group, so they were all eliminated one by one. The strength of Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang was also described by the witnesses at that time, and a detailed analysis was carried out. In the end, the only suspicious person left was Yunxiao, who had never made a move. In the beginning, Zhao Yu had felt that Yunxiao's appearance was somewhat similar to the rumors, but the cultivation base of the martial king had made him rule out his identity. Now that he heard that he was the leader of the noob mercenary group's 8th team, he was shocked and confirmed his identity. If there was no special reason, the rookie mercenary group would never let a young man who was only a 3-stars martial king take on such an important position as a platoon leader. You're so long-winded. Yunxiao laughed. No matter what I answer, you're going to arrest me. Since the outcome is the same, you guys really have some free time. Young man, chatting can ruin your life. Zhao Yu snorted heavily. He felt that he had lost face being lectured by a teenager. He said angrily, Since you want to be a prisoner so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Since the 2 leaders of your 8th brigade are here, I'll take them both. He released his aura and stretched out his hands. 2 streams of vital chi swirled in his palms, forming a tornado that rose more than 10 meters high. His white clothes fluttered in the air as yuan chi formed in the surroundings and was sucked into the 2 tornadoes, causing them to grow stronger. Zhou Xiang's face was extremely solemn. He pulled out a soft sword and shook it like a spirit snake, then pushed Yunxiao away with his left hand and said, You and Miss Ding should leave quickly. I'll bring up the rear here. The surrounding martial artists all took out their weapons and became alert. This kind of battle between martial emperors was not something they could interfere with. Their task was to surround them and not let anyone escape. Zhao Yu's face grew colder and he laughed. Zhou Xiang, don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Since I've made my move, none of you can escape. He suddenly made a move, and the power of the 2 tornadoes on his left and right combined into one in front of him, forming a huge tornado that pierced through the sky and the earth. With a loud shout, it smashed down. Heavenly Wind Incantation. Wind Revolution. Boom! All the surrounding buildings were shattered by this force and sucked in. A large number of cultivators pushed the encirclement more than 10 meters away and circulated their yuan chi to resist. Bright light sword chi. Zhou Xiang let out a loud shout. The soft sword in his hand produced a series of sword flowers that bloomed in the sky, forming a defensive barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. Boom! The tornado instantly fell and smashed onto the sword light, causing spiritual pressure to shoot out in all directions, emitting a dazzling light. Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth and thrust the soft sword in his hand toward the center of the tornado. He poured all of his yuan qi into it and held on firmly. Zhao Yu's cultivation was only 1 star higher than his, but 1 star was like heaven and earth. If he wanted to escape, Zhao Yu naturally wouldn't be able to stop him. But he could not ignore Yunxiao's comfort. It was related to the stability of the entire alchemist team of the rookie mercenary group. Even if he had to lose his life, he had to keep the other party safe. Humph, you're trying to block my heavenly wind technique. You're looking for death. Zhao Yu sneered, and the power of the tornado increased again. All of Zhou Xiang's yuan qi was poured into the soft sword. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and the sword left his hand, being sucked into the tornado. Not good. Shocked, he hurriedly pushed out his palms, trying to use his last strength to open up the defense to protect Yunxiao. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out. Yunxiao had finally made his move. A series of golden tadpole-like characters flew out of his body, and the Divine Realm tablet rushed directly into the tornado and suddenly became bigger. Humph! My encirclement of wind can sweep away all profound-level weapons. Even the martial artists whose cultivation is above mine would not dare to take it head-on. The ignorant are fearless. You are all courting death. Zhao Yu sneered arrogantly. Suddenly, his smile froze. The Divine Realm tablet rushed into his tornado and was fixed on the eye of the wind, unable to be blown. Sweep away all profound-level weapons? You're the one who's ignorant and fearless, Yunxiao sneered. If you have the ability, you can even take the earth and mountains away. He slapped a few golden tadpole-like characters into the Divine Realm tablet and shouted, Earth's rhythm. Settle the rivers and mountains for me. A burst of light glowed on the Divine Realm tablet and suddenly pressed down on the earth, giving rise to a rhythm, like the rules of a realm, spreading out in all directions. Soon, all the cultivators were shocked to find that they couldn't move their feet. It was as if 10,000 times the gravity was pressing on their bodies, and their entire bodies were sucked into the ground. Even standing up was difficult. Zhao Yu was shocked. His wind ring was directly broken by the rhythm of the earth, turning into a few strong winds and dissipating. Zhou Xiang's sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground with a clang, all the way up to the hilt. What kind of power is this? Gravity profound weapon. Zhao Yu felt a strong suction force from the ground, trying to push him down. He hurriedly circulated his vital qi to resist it, barely managing to stay in the air. However, it had dispersed a great deal of his strength. The breathing earth in the Divine Realm tablet was the mother of the earth, and even the immemorial astral wind could not blow it, let alone a mere martial emperor's technique. The breathing earth was also the foundation for Yunxiao to collect the primordial astral wind in the ancient desolate land. Therefore, without such a treasure to suppress the astral winds, he did not dare to come here rashly. It doesn't matter what it is. The important thing is that you're going to die. Dang! A soul-shaking ancient sound rang out. Everyone's mind shook, and their sea of consciousness was in a daze. Some of the weaker martialists were knocked unconscious by the sound of the bell. Those who were stronger managed to hold on, but their meridians were also damaged. Then, a huge ancient bell fell from the sky, blocking the sky and making it dark. Zhao Yu was scared out of his wits when he saw the ancient bell coming for him. The weapon rhythm from the ancient bell penetrated straight into his body, almost cutting it apart. A profound level weapon of this level, just the power of it made him feel a chill. What profound level weapon is this? Level 8, 9th rank. The highest level he had seen was only at the 7th step, but it had never been this terrifying. Zhao Yu let out a loud roar and exploded with all his power, breaking through the boundary of the land. He gathered all his yuan qi on his fist and punched the ancient bell. Dang! The ancient bell let out a sound again, and he was sent flying by the reflected sound wave. Yunxiao was shocked as well. He had limited control over the dynasty bell, so he lost control of it instantly under Zhao Yu's full-strength strike. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and withdrew it back into his body. He turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Zhao Yu was shaken by the dynasty bell's sound waves. His whole body felt uncomfortable, and his eardrums were bleeding. His body kept spinning in the air, and he was sent flying for an unknown distance. There was only one thought in his mind: what kind of profound weapon is that? How could such a precious treasure fall into the hands of others? He had to get it. After flying for a long time, his body finally stopped and he saw a ray of light shooting towards him. In the light, Xianxia's face was fierce, and his eyes were bloodshot. That look! Zhao Yu's sea of consciousness, which had just recovered from the sound waves, once again felt a sharp pain, and his head was about to explode. Not good. It's a spiritual attack. He closed his eyes in shock, but it was too late. The space around him started to change. One by one, flat surfaces extended from an endless distance and streaked across his body. Space of consciousness. Zhao Yu's heart sank. In the darkness ahead, a stalwart figure gradually turned around, raised a pot-sized fist, and gradually smashed down. Wherever the fist wind passed, countless spaces were shattered. Zhao Yu was scared out of his wits. Although this kind of influence was created by his consciousness, it was so realistic and terrifying. It was as if the fist could destroy the four poles of the universe. Heavenly wind technique. Break this! He shouted with all his might. If he couldn't escape before the fist landed, his consciousness would be shattered along with the space. At that time, his body would completely become a vegetable without any consciousness. At this critical moment, he unleashed all of his power as a 6-stars martial emperor. A strong wind came out of his body, splitting the entire void, and a ray of sunlight shot in. Break! Zhao Yu was greatly encouraged. He happily expanded the wind in his hand, and the entire space was blown into pieces in an instant. The imposing figure also gradually drifted away and collapsed along with the world of consciousness. A 6-stars martial emperor was considered an expert in the entire heavenly martial continent. Yunxiao's level was too far away from his, and his eye technique could not trap him at all. Just as Zhao Yu came out in high spirits, another clay pot-like fist came crashing down. It was as heavy as a mountain, and its pressure was shocking. In front of Yunxiao, a small stone condensed with the power of a fist and smashed down with a demonic aura. The little stone had been constantly cultivating through the breathing earth in the Divine Realm tablet. Now its entire body had turned earthy yellow. It was originally the king of stone beasts and had extremely strong talent. After being nourished by Mother Earth, it seemed to be evolving continuously. What? A martial emperor realm demonic beast. Zhao Yu was shocked. How did a demonic beast appear out of thin air? Moreover, he was a martial emperor. He didn't have time to think about it. The pressure made his body tense up. He circulated his heavenly wind technique to the peak again and threw out both fists. As the two forces came into contact, Zhao Yu's wind element was pushed back. Although Little Shur had just advanced to the martial emperor realm, the earth element's power of the earth was the nemesis of wind element warriors. In addition, he was still injured. Under this situation, he was constantly being defeated. The worst thing was that the other party's earth element power contained an extremely strong earth pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Even if he kept retreating, it was difficult for him to move. Yunxiao leaped into the air. With a cold look on his face, a sword beam gathered in his right hand, and without saying a word, he slashed it down. Although the sword ray was not strong, Zhao Yu's body was suppressed by the stone beast's fist, and he could not move at all. If the sword light hit him like this, he would die without a doubt. Animal! He let out a furious roar and gathered all of his vital chi on the tip of his fist. He fiercely shook it out in an attempt to push the stone beast away. Then he condensed his palm and slapped it towards the sword light. However, the stone beast's strength seemed to have exceeded his expectations. With a shake, an even stronger mountain aura hit him in the face. He used his left hand to block it, but how could he block it? The huge force directly hit his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The whole process only took a few seconds. Yunxiao rushed up again, his hands flashing with golden light as he made a seal and struck down. Boom! Zhao Yu took a direct hit and fell straight down. Soon, the Storm Mercenary Group and some vassal forces in the distance all stared at Yunxiao in shock as he flew over with Zhao Yu, who was covered in wounds, in his hand. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, covered in blood and groaning constantly. Due to the distance, they could only hear a few sounds of fighting and could not see the entire process. Their mouths were so wide open that watermelons could be stuffed in. They could not accept that Zhao Yu, a 6-stars martial emperor, had been defeated by a martial king. Yunxiao's eyes swept across the crowd. Although they were like dragonflies, everyone felt as if they were being stared at, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him in the eyes. "I won't kill you, but since you dare to stand out and target me today, you'll have to pay a price," he said to Zhou Xiang, who was still in a daze. "Take them all away and spread the news. The heroes' assembly of the west of the city will be held 3 days later. All mercenary groups must participate." These domineering words shocked Zhou Xiang to the extreme. It was as if all the forces in the city's west were his subordinates. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his intuition told him that something big was about to happen. And the captain in front of him was becoming more and more difficult to see through. However, this kind of mystery that could not be seen through made him even more respectful. He hurriedly took out a signal and sent it out. Soon, the warriors of the rookie mercenary group gathered and took everyone away as Yunxiao had ordered. Zhao Yu of the Rainstorm mercenary group had been captured, and the 8th leader of the rookie mercenary group was about to hold a heroes' assembly. These 2 pieces of news spread like snowflakes throughout the entire Gentle Song woodland. Although fighting and killing was a common occurrence, this time, everyone smelled something unusual. When they returned to the small courtyard, Ding Linger said apologetically, "Young Master Yun, it's all my fault. I caused such a big trouble." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "I have nothing to do now anyway. I'll help my disciple clean up the Gentle Song forest. He's been here for so long, yet he's still unable to unify these small forces. He's really inferior." Yunxiao was the only one who dared to say that. Beautiful women always admired heroes. Ding Linger looked at him with more and more infatuation. There were only the 2 of them in the small courtyard, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yunxiao coughed twice, then took out a voice transmission jade tablet and wrote a stream of divine sense into it. He then took out a glass container with a drop of bright red liquid inside. He gave the 2 items to Ding Linger and said, "Get Zhou Xiang to personally deliver these 2 items to a person in the skeleton mercenary corps called Mr. Yu." Ding Linger took the 2 items and looked at them for a while. Although she was puzzled, since Yunxiao did not say anything, she did not have to ask. She turned and left. Yunxiao was a little lost in thought as he muttered to himself, "This light song forest is getting more and more interesting. However, young emperor, where are you now? I'm sure that Hai Beifei doesn't know about this either, but I still have a way to find you." Just as he was about to enter the house to cultivate, his heart suddenly moved. He looked in surprise at the sky above the gourd-shaped building not far away. There was a faint red light. "This is Swan and I, Yun Shang." Yunxiao's figure flickered as he headed toward the red light. In a secret room inside the gourd building, Yun Shang was sitting cross-legged and cultivating calmly, completely unaware of the outside world. A layer of red light flickered outside her body, and a red aura rose from the ground, circulating around her body with every breath she took. And with every breath, the color of the light grew stronger. Yunxiao gently broke the lock and entered the room, but Yun Shang did not even notice it. He's actually showing signs of a divine body. Could it be that Yun Shang's 9-yang body has been activated? Yunxiao pondered for a long time. Yun Shang seemed to have entered a strange state. Her 9-yang divine body, combined with the 9-yang genuine qi of Shenxiao Palace, was one of the best cultivation techniques in the world. Even Yunxiao did not dare to make a guess without permission. However, one thing was certain. This state was beneficial to Luo Yunshang. What a strong positive yang qi. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the fire dragon earth vein under here. The demonic dragon, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. There seemed to be a hint of emotion in his voice. "You mean, Xiao murmured. The so-called dragon's vein is just a gathering of the qi in the world, and the fire dragon is born from the strong yang qi. In the end, it was still a place to gather qi. After a long period of accumulation and evolution, this qi would produce all kinds of strange changes. One of them has a chance of constantly evolving and forming the 1 in 10,000 dragon qi. Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he said in disbelief, "Do you mean that this earth vein has nurtured dragon qi?" He immediately thought of Luo Qingyun. He had the bloodline of the true dragon. If he could absorb a trace of pure dragon qi, he would probably be able to purify his bloodline and evolve to a terrifying level. "I'm not too sure," said the demonic dragon with a bitter smile. After all, dragon qi was 1 in a million and could give birth to an ancient true dragon. However, it's true that the positive yang qi here is extremely dense. This little girl's divine body has a terrifying aura. If she can fully develop it, she'll probably be an existence comparable to a martial sovereign. Xiao secretly admired the demon dragon's intuition. All the people who possessed the 9 yang true qi in the past generations of Xianxia Palace had been peerless experts who could shake the world and dominate the continent. If there really is dragon qi, can you sense it? The demonic dragon thought for a while and said, "If I'm close, I should be able to. However, I'm only a soul after all. I only have dragon essence. I can't absorb dragon qi. Even if you do find the qi of the true dragon, how are you going to absorb it?" The qi of true dragon was the most overbearing existence in the world. It was impossible to collect it unless it was a peerless expert.